What the bloody hell is this? What's going on here? Welcome to Night Shift. It's day 2 here for the North American region, and we are about to launch ourselves into the best of 5 finals, but we're actually going to have a show match first. And of course, this is all presented by ASUS and Intel, so we have them to thank for giving us the support to run all of this and get this tournament here for the NA scene. But joining me today, I'm DDK, of course, is James, Bardolph, and Dust. Is it Murray or Murray? I never...
Murray works. Okay, but you know what? I'm not going to be offended either way. You know,
it is. I feel like we've had this conversation before, and I swear you said Moret last time.
It's incorrect.
Is it Canadian? Is it French Canadian, or is it
probably
French?
I think it's just French. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm from Louisiana, and that's obviously a migration from Canada to Louisiana. You know, back in the days. So, yeah, something like that, I guess.
Monsieur,
that makes sense.
Monsieur. Do you have a penchant for a baguette? Bit of Gruyere cheese? What's going on out there?
You are a big cheese man, Bardolph. I am aware of this.
I'm a big cheese man, but are you a big cheese man, Mr. Murray?
You know, I'm more of a... We all have our hobbies, James, okay? Look, you know, me, it's like disc golf, you know, all that jazz. For you, Bardolph, it would be scuba diving, shooting competitions, and cheese. And then for Dan, it would be somehow turning a segment into a podcast about the mental game of everything and gangster rap. And that exists. DDK rapping out there does exist in this world, so that is indeed...
So you got to get on the dark web. You got to load up the Tor. There's the Tor browser for that. Speaking of which, we've got some other stuff that should probably be on the dark web that's about to hit your screen, because we're doing a show match. There's $2,500 on the line. That's going to be split between each map win. And for the show match, we've got a bunch of lads from the Mythic community that Slove has put together. If you guys know who Slove is, you should know who Slove is. He's a pillar of the North American Counter-Strike community. And then we've got a bunch of TF2 players, and you're like, what is going on? Well, the reason is because I'm gonna try to make this make sense, but ultimately none of this stuff in any of this show match will make sense. But we're gonna be working on these beautiful TF2 replica maps in Counter-Strike, and they're not just replica maps that have been created from TF2 maps, stuff like 2-4. We're gonna have 2-4 in Counter-Strike. We also have the classes. We also have bunny hopping and so on. And so honestly, it's not gonna make sense, but it's gonna be fun. And the rules for this is we'll have the first team to 3 caps, and if there's no cap, we'll cap it at a time limit of 15 minutes per map. So hopefully between those two rules, we will actually have winners every map. Hopefully we don't get any draws, but I know for any of you people that have played 2-4, it's a bit notorious for maybe, you know, not allowing, especially with this Counter-Strike version.
Yeah,
I don't know what to even say about this, guys.
Yeah. So if you're a Counter-Strike person and you know nothing about TF2, very quickly, a couple of these guys come from a team called Froyo Tech, which has been like one of the best teams in TF2 for the last several years. So that's just to kind of give you a mark as to where these players come from. Those of you who are TF2 fans will obviously recognize these names. I know Kobe obviously played on like a G6, which is like another like solid TF2 team for the last several years, because that scene still has a scene. You know, surprisingly enough, like, I don't know if you'll remember this, but like back in the day when we were first getting CSGO, like this is like 2012, you know, 2013 time period, one of the first international LANs in North America, since we're talking about North American CS today, was ESEA LAN. You know, that was the big one. And back then you would have like 1.6, Source, and TF2 all next to each other in a hotel ballroom in Dallas, Texas, right? And then obviously moved into CSGO, but TF2 still kind of lived on, you know, usually community and crowd-funded in a lot of ways. So it's really cool to kind of see that community still thrive, because everybody always talks about how like we're the redheaded stepchild of Valve over at CS, and like everything's about Dota, but like TF2 has it even worse than us, guys. All right, I just want to put that one out there. Like it can get worse. It can get worse.
I used to watch TF2 finals. I went to an iSeries I went to an iSeries with Jackie and some other blokes and girls, and the same one at Steel was that, although he was at many. And I remember watching the TF2 finals as well. I know Froyo Tech. Who would you compare Froyo Tech to in terms of CS teams? Would you compare them to like a Vitality now, or maybe like an Astralis back in the day? You know, in the dominant era, are they like that level of dominance for the non-believers?
You're really testing my limits of TF2 knowledge here at this point. I mean, I would say that they have pretty much won the vast majority of North American tournaments that they have played in, so they are definitely at the top of that scene. I don't know how
top
often...
era minimum.
Yeah, for sure. Like summer tank top. But the thing is, I feel like the international competition of TF2 is like very limited. Like I-Series, what you're talking about is like one of the few international lands that I think even still exist. And Froyo Tech has done well at some of those events as well. So I'm not really sure. Someone will have to help me out on like the EU versus NA, situation as far as like who's the better region. But yeah, Froyo Tech has definitely been kind of the top of the NA pecking order for a very, very long time. And some of these guys date back to some of like the old school sponsor teams back in like 2010, and stuff like that. So it'll be fun to watch. That's for sure. If anything, it'll be fun. It'll be wacky.
I'm looking forward to seeing the two fort map. I feel like I'm one of those. I think there's a certain type of gamer who can zone out and do a very repetitive thing for ages, and I feel like I'm one of those people who can play 2 fort for ages. But I did migrate to like instant respawn payloads servers like Badlands all the time. Playing the NG, building my sentry in the corner with the dispenser, just smashing it while they're trying to destroy it. I spent hundreds of hours doing that. It was fantastic work. I might go back to it one day. We shall see.
It's good times. I mean, it's gonna be funny because you've built up the TF2 players with their incredible histories in TF2. But like when I went into this map to test it, I'm like if this is just Counter-Strike like gunplay with bunny hopping where you don't get that much acceleration and weird classes. Like some of the classes that we have, for example, is we're going to have the soldier, the support, the sniper, the scout, and the heavy. And so the soldier, I think, gets an AK-47. So
which is odd because like a soldier
you can't rocket jump with that.
No, you can't. And they do get one grenade type. Yeah. The sniper gets the AWP. So I'm like, do you just run 5 snipers then? What do you do? Like 5 AWP seems pretty good. I don't know.
Well, like it's weird because like TF2 traditionally is a 6-on-6 game, right? You would kind of have like 2 soldiers, 2 scouts, a medic, and then like a demo man is like kind of like the main thing that you would have. But the weird thing is what this map that you're referring to is like in TF2, soldier and demo mans are what is it, like projectile DPS class types, right? So I mean, like it's not like insta-gib or whatever, a hit scan, which CS is a hit scan game, right? It's a hit scan FPS game if you kind of know the difference between those two. So that'll be interesting in itself, that some of these guys in the TF2 are used to playing a different style of FPS as far as like when and where to aim and leading targets and things of that nature.
I've just realized, and Dan's going to hopefully find this really offensive, but considering the factors we've got here, if you mix this TF2 with CS, basically it's Quake, isn't it?
That is pretty offensive.
So TF2 by itself had more Quake-like elements than a combination of CS and TF2.
As a former Quake pro, Dan should be acing this format as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, it would be really fun. If I become a millionaire, I will just make my own Quake League. You heard it here first.
That would probably be the only way that ever hits a thriving esports scene ever again, unfortunately. Trying to save an FPS over there.
I mean, dude, I'm actually like kind of sad that, because I know that there's definitely been some Quake, like old Quake legends that have made many millions of dollars. Where's our $1 million tournament at? Where's the $1 million league? I don't know, man.
Yeah, it requires too much dedication, I think, arena FPS. Unfortunately, it requires hard work, a lot of hard work. But there are still some people out there giving it a go.
Yeah, totally. I mean, we don't really have there's like, I feel like we're in this like really crazy lull right now where there's really not a game that's actively played, because even though it wasn't that popular, Quake Champions was kind of the Quake game that had its somewhat professional league that was going on, that was actually sponsored by the developer themselves for some time, but now we're kind of in this lull where there's like, I feel like there's not really all that much at all happening, and for the first time ever really in Quake history, so it's kind of sad. But this broadcast is not about Quake. As much as I'd love to make it about Quake, it's just not, is it?
It's about another dead game, TF2. So
it's about
not actually
TF2
dead, not actually dead.
Counter-Strike.
Community will always prevail. I'm going to play TF2 tomorrow now.
I have to respect the dedication of the TF2 community to keep that scene going all these years. Like, it is pretty awesome to see that they were able to do that. Props.
To be honest, I went to play 2 days ago. I was playing CS Source because I really missed gun game, and the only thing I ever did in CS Source, I ran a gun game server, and it was mostly orange maps, and we played with rounds. And if somebody was camping in a corner, I would slap them to the ceiling of the map, and then they would be like on 5 HP or 2 HP, and they'd crater and die. Or then there would be these idiots who thought they were cheating for some reason. But anyway, I kind of miss those orange map gun game servers, and I'm not really getting that adrenaline in CS2 that I used to get in CS Source from that. So I've been going to play, and there's loads of people playing gun game. Loads of people playing gun game in CS Source. So
it was a good time.
These games will be alive
gun
forever.
game, zombie mod, surf. I mean, maybe one day.
Surf is probably increasing.
Scouts knives.
CS Source.
We're getting there
At the moment.
Like how those mods, I actually haven't tested them out yet in CS2 because I know they're all like zombie servers and stuff.
I've played a bit of zombie servers. There's like loads of Russian servers. Cybershock are doing crazy stuff. They've got loads of interesting servers. They've got like free-for-all deathmatch where it's kind of like an orange map, but it's kind of bluey purple. It's just like 2 textures, so you've got mad FPS there, which is really great for just pre-firing and doing whatever on the same maps you're normally playing with much lower FPS. But there's all the kind of old formats do exist, but they're so hard to find.
Yeah, the community server browser is a real struggle. In fact, I think this happened recently. Was it today or yesterday? Someone kind of like released their own community server website. I saw it on the CS2 subreddit actually, where someone was trying to like revitalize the idea of community servers in CS by like having a easier community server browser, not built into the game, of course, but just to kind of, get those communities back thriving, because that was a big part of Counter-Strike outside of the esports scene, was the casual scene and all these different mods that you could play. Also, it's just like a nice change of pace even for competitive guys. So like just go chill out and like play a Warcraft mod or, play, a jailbreak or something like that, or a death run. So hopefully we'll get some more of that in time.
And I just informed that we had to get someone whitelisted onto the server. Apparently, a wrong Steam ID was issued to our admin team. Fancy that.
Who's got the lowest Steam ID here? It's probably me.
How many digits is it?
4.
A 4-digit Steam account.
That's crazy.
That is you. You have one. Congratulations,
That's actually pretty wild.
Me and my mates today. CS was coming out just like not CS. The day Steam was coming out, just like spamming the registration button. I think a lot of people were doing that, so it got delayed a few days because I think their servers just kept getting overloaded, probably by too many requests. But yeah, I've got a 4-digit one.
Dan,
I think I'm like 7-digit.
Dang. All right. See, I didn't get Steam. I got Steam in 2006. So, if that's to give you any indication of how new mine is compared to yours, probably.
Damn, 4 digits. So I feel like most people won't understand that this
they will not.
A status
absolutely not.
Flex. Like
it was
like
a flex.
Legit status thing. You can just basically say your Steam ID and
because
just, like,
basically
you win
people
the
don't know.
Whatever it is.
Back in the day when you signed up for like CS tournaments, like this is like pre-ESEA. This is back when we had like Cal and like all this stuff. You would have to use your Steam ID to like register for these different leagues and tournaments, and it would be publicly displayed essentially like on the roster page, like what your Steam ID was. And this is essentially just based on how long had you had Steam, how long had you been involved in Steam related games. And so 4-digit was like pretty freaking rare. Like that was like, if someone had like a 3-digit or something, it was crazy, because obviously people would just get these accounts banned all the time and they would just like eradicate, or people would create accounts, never play again, and those would go to the wasteland. But I don't even remember people would be like trying to get lower digit Steam IDs because it used to affect your rep. Like people wouldn't even like give you a tryout for a team if you didn't have like at least like a 6-digit Steam ID or something. It was wild, like back in the day. So yeah, that's throwback. All you Zoomers out there watching aren't going to realize it, but
you know what's crazy though? Like, I still have my Half-Life. Half-Life when it was published by Sierra, and you got the CDs and so on with your key in. I still have those, and it's very important to keep those because people can recover your Steam account if they get hold of those.
Oh wow!
So
no way.
Yeah, so you have to make sure you keep them. So what you could
I actually got Counter-Strike Source in a CD case back in 2006. That's how I got involved in Counter-Strike. What's that?
What you could do is like look for them on eBay and buy like all the ones available on eBay and just recover all the accounts and hope someone's got like an emerald karambit or something in there. If you wanted to scam, I probably shouldn't say that on the internet.
James out here trying to fuel scams. Oh my goodness!
Oh, guys, it's happening. It's happening. We're going into the game.
Surely that's a fireball.
Team TF2 versus Team CS2.
What's wrong with that guy's chest on the right? Something's coming out of it. Is that like a tapeworm?
Wait, what?
Who drew these? Because this is a good try.
For a second, I thought that those were the actual logos.
That's unfortunate that you
until you guys drew my attention to the clear MS Paint work.
They've been fake the entire time since we came into frame. They have been fake.
What is your vision like, Dan? What kind of vision do you have going on?
Man. I got to see I got to see a doctor soon, I think.
All right, so.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, it's actually TF2 in Counter-Strike. I can't believe it. It's like 1-for-1. It's 2-4. Look at it.
It actually looks so good. Doesn't it look really good?
It does look good.
Oh, this is Fantastic.
Look at the product placement of that Intel banner right there. Shout out to them, helping fund this whole thing.
Dude, this is amazing.
I'm kind of just marveling at what I'm seeing right now.
ASUS thing up there too. Check out the in-game branding.
Wow. I wonder if those vests, because I saw the red vest there, does that indicate the class? I'm not entirely sure.
I have no idea. I don't
You guys may not be surprised. It was kind of hard to like test these maps out. Like it was kind of hard to like get full teams to test these maps out.
I can imagine.
Okay, so what are we playing to here? Are they like scoring points?
Okay,
or what's happening?
so there it is. So you have one scout, one heavy, one sniper, one support, and one soldier. I wonder what support would be. That'd be like medic from TF2 or something.
I love the arrows. If you stand on the arrows, do you move, or is it just?
No, I think it's just
purposes only.
Yeah, I don't read into it too much, maybe. But yeah, so we're playing for the first to 3 captures, or we get to 15 minutes and we see who has either more caps, or if it's 0-0, then I guess it just sucks. So we go next.
I never thought I would see 2 fort in CS.
I know you gave me an idea. Maybe this
it.
is how we get Quake back into relevancy. We just make Quake maps within CS and just
Oh my god, they would look so sick. Nice flying Max 7.
So presumably that's a scout with the Max 7.
I would imagine so. That is generally the weapon of choice of the scout in TF2.
It looks like a hack v hack server now.
The thing is, though, there is no rocket launchers around, so I'm not sure how soldiers work without rocket.
Let's go.
Let's go. Sick flag.
Uh-oh.
Nice.
Oh,
Jay's going off.
Oh my god. This has got to be a highlight, right?
Oh, he's captured the intelligence.
Replay.
Oh, let's go.
The CS players are probably trying to figure out what flags even mean.
Did he cap it? Is that cap 1-0?
Yeah.
Nice. Let's go. So that's Team TF2 with 1 cap. Okay, Slove and the boys, they got to get it together.
But I wonder how long it took to put this in CS2. This is crazy. Stuff like this is like.
This is really impressive.
What?
Yeah.
It's what the community is about. Like it's what the culture is about. You need stuff like this. It's really important for your game. It can't just be the dry options like hostage deathmatch. You know, I messaged the developers and said, like, if you look at the deathmatch menu, you've got 4 columns, and one of them is just 2 hostage maps. I'm like, just make it a pistol DM option.
How do we not have Dust 2 only anymore? That's the wild one right there. For
Ooh, that was meaty.
That is the deathmatch map.
I know, but just put like a pistol DM option there so people can warm up properly. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, I've put it on their plates. They're not eating though. This guy is. I mean, I'm getting
Jay's
dizzy.
flying.
Yeah, he is putting in work.
I didn't realize
he's locked to 64 FPS.
That fast. So he's on a sniper as well. He's on a sniper class and he's just capping and just AWPing people.
That is interesting because normally that would not be the fast-moving class. Only really, soldiers and demos using explosives, and then scouts would be the ones that can actually move quickly.
Guys, it's only 4 minutes have passed. We're already 2-0 for Team TF2.
Team TF2, that's a problem.
Yeah, we need
Team
more
TF2 is on the way to getting some cash here.
Slove's getting some frags, but we need to see some flag capturing here.
Yeah, you gotta have some flag runners on your team. You gotta have those B-Hop masters.
They're probably busy trying to figure out how to defuse the flag.
Yeah,
I think is maybe what the issue is.
Look at this scope. I mean, how much is this sticker? What's going on here? You got an expensive loadout on Mr. Dank. I want to see Slove's loadout. I used to play. I know Slove from the many months spent in Los Angeles playing in Mythic League.
There you go.
Nice guy, Slove. Nice to see him on the server. You can see him moving through with the AK-47. All right. I see a flag. You can see Urk covering now. And there goes the flag.
Nice shot.
All right. Well, so far, I guess there's some adjustment. I don't know that you can readily practice this super, easily. So,
what do you mean, Dan? They were scrimming for weeks for this moment.
Well, I don't even know if you can if these mouse wheel plebs can even bunny hop properly at the moment. I've been spacebar from day one. I've got no time for no mouse wheel business. I've seen too many. Yeah, I've seen too many times. I've seen it go wrong when someone's clicked mouse 1 and they've jumped.
See, the secret is you just have to have both.
Nah, just mouse, just spacebar. I tried it for like 3 minutes. I'm like, this is for morons.
Nah, I'm gonna have to go against you, James. I'm gonna have to stand up for the entirety of Counter-Strike by going when scroll wheel down is the superior jump. I'm never letting that one go.
Listen, man, I used to do 1-frame links
Flom, you tell him. Flom, I know you're out there doing your watch party. Tell him. Scroll wheel down, bro. Come on.
I did one-frame links in Street Fighter all day. I can do spacebar bunny hops.
Yeah, but were you plinking those? Were you plinking those?
Yeah, man. No, I didn't plink. No, I didn't plink my 1 frames. I just tapped it.
Oh my god. I feel like you have to really know what fighting games are, like to know about plinking and stuff. So that might have gone over a lot of people's heads.
There. Yeah,
I don't even know if I can reasonably explain
joystick tech. Oh, well, I've got my joystick like 2 meters away, so I can produce it afterwards, and we can explain what plinking is.
Well, it's over, isn't it?
That's a wrap.
Oh wow! so that was pretty fast. Well, okay.
These brothers got.
They seem pretty ready for this. Did Jay get every cap?
It was dedicated capper.
He seemed quite.
Well, we got 3 maps, guys. So that was just 1.
So what? That was 2 thoughts.
This is a way better format for lands. We'll get through these games way faster. That's all I'm gonna say. Yeah, TOs don't have to worry about logistics anymore. We figured it out.
The intel flag is great. Honestly.
All right. Okay. So this is looking scary. I mean, Team TF2 look way better than I expected because, well, it just seems like Jay, right? Because Jay was just dedicated flag runner, and I love that he had the AWP when he was doing it. So he's like playing the sniper class or whatever it's worth in this setup.
Did you guys explain the mission to the CS2 team? Because they seem to be just admiring the landscape for most of that.
I think so. We provided the maps, so they had the opportunity to run around and test it out and stuff. So
come on, Slove. I believe in you, buddy. I need to see more from you, Slove.
But it's funny though too, like watching the POV of the bunny hopping, you can see why Valve don't want the bunny hopping really to be too much of a feature in their competitive play, because it's kind of like it is pretty mental to watch.
I don't know if Valve nerf things with the intention of nerfing them, honestly, when certain updates come out. I think that a lot of stuff might be side effects. I don't believe half the impacts might be deliberate when it comes to stuff like that, because you have to understand the importance of community culture in a game that you bought from the community. Like that's not a thing that will ever go away. And yeah, I don't I think that they're trying to make their sub-tick system work, and it's breaking everything along the way. And hopefully we get there maybe in 5 years. It's been a long time already, so
yeah,
we shall see. Oh,
all right, into the next one then.
What is the next map? Do we know? Or is it a surprise?
DE Aztec.
Surprise. It is a surprise.
I miss Aztec.
I know.
I feel like it's a nostalgia thing. If you went back, I would be like, oh, but for the time, it was just a great place to waste some time. Okay. This is going to be wild and chaotic in the best way.
Ooh, dude,
very nice from Jay.
Sign this guy into a Counter-Strike team. I mean, come on. He's like the next JW, the new JW.
This guy is just
got the flag already.
Robin fools. And he's gone. Like he's got the wiggle as well,
Is the red flag ASUS? Out of curiosity, or are they both Intel flags?
Both Intel flags, I believe. It seems.
Okay.
It doesn't look like we're going to see the other Intel flags.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I think, unfortunately, whoever paid for the red flag placement might be in some trouble here.
Oh, it is ASUS. Nice.
Yeah, right. Poor ASUS, bro.
Seconds.
There we go. Just keep
there
this
it is. There's a logo on the building.
all right. Teams like they got to get someone to like defend. They maybe put all 4 guys on the defense. Just get 1 guy to run the flag out of the deck. Slow it down. Slow down the capping here.
Danny might have a future in coaching or GMing or something like that with this type of talk.
I don't know. I'm just panicking at this point. They did a great job though with the just these maps. They look great.
Jay out here putting on his best Foon impression.
Yes.
Too much for Z Block.
Yeah.
Boomers only get that.
Yeah. Source stuff. CS source.
I feel like this should have been the whole tournament. Like, why are we doing traditional counters? This should have been it right here the whole time. This is it.
This is it.
I don't think the other flag's going to see the lights of day.
Got those cinematics. Let's go. There we go. Sloves in there. It's got the headshot.
Is it instant respawn or is there a cooldown?
I think there's a short cooldown. Yeah, but it's not more than 5 seconds.
Oh, what happens if you get on the laptop?
So this map is double cross, by the way.
Okay, I'm not familiar with this one. It's been a very long time since I played TF2. What happens if you get the spinning laptop?
That's a great question.
There's a spinning laptop and
armor or something like that.
Oh yeah. See, these are Quake power-ups.
Yes.
Where's the red shield?
I don't know.
Oof. Oh, it's bullets. Nice. Oh, observers are doing a top job today.
About to say, this is observing on hard mode, I would imagine. Like, difficulty level impossible.
Now, that was some spam from Urk. He was spreading the jam everywhere possible. Oh, poor Slove. He's just a boy! So just the one flag cap so far. The red flag got nabbed, did it?
Is it possible that Team CS2 will put a point on the board?
Come on, Slove. It's Team Slove, man. Slove, we need you.
There's the flag.
Go! He's like running away.
He's gotten it. He might do it. He's done it.
There we go. Let's
a tie
go. Game. Come on, boyos. Now we've got some nice... Oliver's on point with this bunny hopping. He's got the rhythm going. Are they camping their flag? What's going on here?
I mean, it's good. It's good. We got some strategy now.
Yeah, things are getting serious. So of course in isolation. You know, it almost feels like a Mario Kart map down bottom. The one that's like in a canyon with train tracks. Might have offended some TF2 people with that. Ooh. Nice. The fake Aztec on there. Great work from Dank. Not just a nice loadout, but he's got his momentum on point as well. So I think we might be seeing some strategy here. He's posting up, waiting for someone to drop down.
These guys are playing for money here. We've got $2,500 for this this show match, and
wow,
each map is worth an equal portion of that. And for you guys at home, we are today also doing some giveaways. The Night Shift Invitationals presented by ASUS and Intel. To celebrate the Intel Gamer Days, we're giving away an Intel Core Ultra 9 processor 285K. And you can enter now through the link in the pinned chat comment on our Twitch channel, and you can gain extra entries, by the way. So more than just that one entry. If you want to maximize your chances by listening to code words that will be shared throughout the show today. And to learn more, you can visit game.intel.com/gamerdays. And you know what? As we get this cap here, the first code is hamburger185. So that's the first code. You got to enter on the link. So go check that out to get you an extra entry.
Hamburger185.
That just sounds like some guy you played against in the community server.
Oh, what a flag! Just getting around the corner. Nice defense there by Logan. Is there enough space, though, for Paddy to make it all the way? Denied. There is a timer before that flag will reset. I'm not sure how long it is. before it goes back home, but it has been collected by the illustrious Jay, so it's almost guaranteed to make it now. Indeed.
All right. Okay. Team Sove. They're looking to really make this a 1-1. It feels like they've got this map figured out somehow. There's train tracks. It's more like a Counter-Strike map. Maybe that's a bit of a loose connection, but
you try.
It makes me think of Turbine. I think Turbine's...
We're all tied up now, by the way. 2-2.
Turbine's one that kind of looks like a dam, I think, or something. All right, Oliver.
CS2 has a chance to win this.
Ooh.
And gone.
He didn't even make it out.
A nice little defense coming in there from Team TF2. They know what they're doing. We haven't had any like cross cap situations where both teams is like unable to cap because the other team has their flag. Yeah.
So Oliver went into resupply, so I don't know if he's changing class or what he's up to.
Ooh.
That was a nice shot.
Yeah.
Nice.
I was really hoping for the quick scope as he was falling.
That's so cool.
Damn, look at
that.
That
is pretty
There's
nice.
a little health boost. This is
look at the compute.
Kobe. That's basically spawn camping.
Yeah.
But listen, man, you need to abuse every advantage you can get. Oh, looking for the transfer. Fantastic.
Dang.
That's
He's just one letter off.
Defending. So we've got 6.5 minutes. Otherwise, I presume it will be a tied game. I don't know if a tied game means they both gain a point or no one gets a point. Maybe the latter.
I believe it is 2-2 right now.
It is 2-2 right now, yes.
There we go.
Yeah, so if the time runs out and it's still 2-2, then what?
I don't think we thought that far ahead, James.
Smart people like me will have to figure that one out.
Yeah.
Dan, yeah, that is your responsibility. From what I was told, you were... Yeah. I was told that you were the man to know.
The brains of the operation.
I believe, yes.
Most of the budget went into the smart people. They said that they needed it. So I was like, okay, you guys are smart. So without you, I'm nothing.
So who's the demo man?
It's a good question.
I mean, considering there is no form of projectile DPS in Counter-Strike, I don't think there is one.
It's almost all AKs now. We've got the one Mag 7, one AWP, and everyone else is on the AK. So
yeah, I
guess
assume
they've decided what they want.
I guess Soldier uses AK and demo, and then Scout obviously Mag 7.
Oh, that was nuts.
That is some theme level stuff.
Yeah.
If we should get Robs in this, oh my god.
Jay is having a great time out there.
Jay was born for this.
Yeah, it seems so.
Right.
Jay off with the flag.
He found his niche. He found it. You know.
Is anyone in position to stop him now?
I don't know.
Not with that momentum.
Even if he dies, there's so many teammates nearby to recover it.
Where did the flag go? It went into the void.
It fell off. That's
in mid-air, wasn't he?
Oh no, he got
Kobe's
it.
on the other end. Oh, Kobe, come on. Oh, is he going to return it?
Nope.
That's a wrap.
That looks like a wrap, Dan.
Protect the VIP.
Oh my goodness.
I think they've gone and done it.
There we go.
2-0 for Team TF2.
This is a much better showing though from
They
our
put points on the
CS2
board.
Contingents.
But you know what they say about being close, Dan?
What do they say about being close to dust?
It only counts in certain situations, and this is not one of them.
Wait, which situations does it count in?
Many, actually. Usually only 2 are named.
This is all codes to me. I don't know what you're talking about.
You've never heard this saying in your life. I'll just say,
do a demonstration.
Close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. That's the expression. Have you not heard of that?
No, I haven't.
I swear there was
You are a green card holder in America now. Like, you've got to start learning some of these things.
All right,
there was
my
a
bad.
bar. I feel like we've been to a place called Horseshoes and Hand Grenades. I don't know where or when. Anyway, so my stick is missing the actual stick because it's kind of quick disconnect, and I have no idea where I put it. But blinking was like something like that. What was the purpose of it then? I can't remember.
Yeah, blinking. I think you're supposed to hit 3 inputs at once, right? And it like extend, like you basically buffer the move into the into the one. So it like extends a 1 frame move into a multiple frame timing. Is that it?
Something. So basically, if you had like a 1 frame button to press, so you had like 1 frame within 60 in a second to press a button, I think it was easier to do if you kind of did it like that. It was easier to confirm the timing or something along those lines.
Okay, so I got Google to explain it.
We just
says,
what is happening right now?
I'm a space
priority linking or blinking in Street Fighter is an input technique that uses the game's. I don't know why we're talking about this on a Counter-Strike TF2. It's a TF2 stream now. It's fine.
This is great. I think James just wanted to show off his fight stick. I think that's all this was.
You press a higher priority button and then a lower priority button of a different strength or type almost simultaneously. And the game interprets this as pressing both buttons on consecutive frames, effectively extending the window to land a combo, allowing the higher priority button to be the one that comes out.
Yeah,
and if you don't know anything about Street Fighter, a 1 frame link, basically the game runs at 60 frames per second. So that means that the timing is 1/60th of a second. That's the timing you have to hit for a 1 frame link.
Maybe that's the next game mode we'll implement in the show.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, let's get Street Fighter in a CS.
Yeah, it's just a knife. It's just a knife and Zeus battle.
Why do these people drop you Zeuses in spawn? Like when you're solo queuing, there's always
we got a full heavy.
Zeus.
We got a full heavy composition here for Team TF2.
Oh my god!
They are not messing around. It's
but you have to make the heavy sound. You have to make the heavy sound when he's dropping the minigun.
Dude, if I was in the game right now, I'd get so much packet loss because of all these machine guns.
What do you mean you don't remember? You remember.
I mean, I probably would if you rejogged my memory, but off the top of my head, it's a struggle right now.
Dan knows what it is. Dan knows the heavy sound.
Wasn't he supposed to be super slow though? So that's kind of a problem because they're just all still bunny hopping everywhere like crazy with it. Well, that was the whole downfall of the heavy and why it never really got used in TF2 competition. They've given heavy scouts movement speed.
So the heavy would be like, rah! But I guess it would be in fast forward now. So maybe it'd be like, rah!
I'm not sure why you thought I had that in the locker. Like,
I just wanted to try and bait you into doing it, but then I was like, well, no one's going to do this but me, so I guess I'll, take the can.
Yeah. I will say, like, some of the like movies that were made with the TF2 characters were one of the best parts about TF2.
Oh yeah, and they had the annual awards for the movies that had been made.
They were great.
What a great community! Oh my god, Jay's going crazy. I think we found the star of the show.
Yeah, there's been some illegal substances consumed.
I wonder how much momentum he can get while holding mouse 1 though in this particular format. Like, can he just be sending it at the same time?
I think so. Yeah.
Oh, he was going backwards for a moment there. What is his sensitivity like? He's
Jay has
airplane simulator sensitivity.
Airplane.
It sends is like 7. Don't they use high sensitivity for like airplane games or something? I'm sure they do.
I don't know. I feel like you want as low sensitivity for piloting a plane.
Not these kind of planes.
Yeah, no, yeah, definitely not.
Oh, they've capped and then they've gotten the instant flag repick up again.
Oh, this is embarrassing.
Yeah, this is not.
What's the opposite of mythic?
Ordinary. Right? That'd be pretty good antonym.
Unremarkable.
Yeah.
Or I don't know. Maybe just lost. Maybe they just don't know where to go.
Yeah.
Oh, this is going to be a quick GG, isn't it?
It does seem that way. Two caps
Jay
already.
Seems to be. I guess the problem is that nobody on Team CS2 knows how to b-hop to that level.
Well, it hasn't existed in our game for a while.
What's actually interesting, by the way, about this is that the Team Fortress. So, okay, the history
of one person defending the flag.
Yeah, they got to put everybody on it.
They are trolling now.
On top of it. But yeah, the first thing you had was Quake Fortress, that was like the first like main mode, and then you had in Half-Life you had Team Fortress Classic, which was a mod of Half-Life, and then that was what TF2 came from. So it's kind of only fitting that it comes back into like a Counter-Strike engine, I guess. I don't know.
Damn.
TF4 confirmed. Half-Life 3 confirmed. TF4 confirmed.
Oh man, I feel bad. Team CS2 unable to get a single map. Team TF2 with the straight 3-0, taking home all the moolah.
All of it.
I feel like the map familiarity is going to come in clutch there, but they did put on a good show. Especially, we've got to give credit to Jay, just the sheer movement from the bunny hopping. Very impressive indeed.
Yes, yeah, it was very impressive, and it seemed to make the difference. And that's not too unsurprising. If you can move like that, that is a significant advantage in terms of getting those caps. And you can't be chased, you can't be stopped. Who can intercept you? No one can intercept him. He's basically a stealth bomber, and everybody else is flying around in, I don't know, propeller planes. I don't know.
Great work. Lots of money to be made there by Team TF2. And it's great to see some TF2 as a person. I think I've got like 600 hours, but those hours were a long time ago. It would be nice to go back to it, actually, and have some fun. But it's nice to see TF2 doing things. I'm gonna try and align myself with the like competitive tournaments in terms of being a viewer and enjoying them, because you know, high level TF2 is really fun to watch, and people should try and seek it out if they can.
Totally. And I mean, anything you want to add, Dust, before we move the show forward?
No, I mean, it was, I didn't know what to expect, and I feel like I still didn't expect any of what we saw. So it was a good time. And I think that's kind of the summary, is sometimes just about having a good time. That's what we had. We had one of those.
It was awesome. It was awesome. It's actually quite cool that we got to give the TF2 players, like, were able to come to the CS community and get some, love by getting to play TF2 in CS. Very strange, but it was awesome. The maps look great. Intel did an excellent job with those. It looked super sick. So yeah, massive props to the map makers on that one. And with that said, this is a great time to remind you guys, before we kind of get back into focus mode here, because we'll be going into that grand final where we have Getting Info, who are going to be up against Boss, the two teams that won yesterday in essentially our semis. Will be facing off in a best of 5. And honestly, it's hard to say what's going to happen. It should be an entertaining match. I think NACS is always entertaining. But indeed, I must remind you guys, we are doing some giveaways. You can go to the chat and check the pinned link in the chat. And if you click that link and enter a secret code, this last secret code was hamburger185. I'm going to give you another one. Sushi247. That's the second
I'm
secret
sensing
code.
a pattern here. I'm sensing a pattern. In these
Food and
Who goes from hamburgers to sushi? That's gross.
That's very different. I feel like pizza's could be coming next, probably at some point.
How many courses does this meal have? Because we're 2 in, and I think I'm
how many codes are there, Dan?
There are 6 codes in total. So there's
pizza's going to be one of them, surely.
You guys got already.
You go from hamburger to sushi.
Don't miss the next ones. All
ice
right.
cream.
What's next? Like
okay,
a matcha
type in
cake?
code ice cream 173, and then I'll get you 20 extra entry. I'm just kidding. I made that up. Sorry.
Well, guys, we're going to set up a break whilst we get that best of 5 ready to go. So we'll see you after the break for the best of 5 Getting Info versus Team Boss to decide who will be the winner of the first ever Night Shift Counter-Strike Invitational presented by ASUS and Intel. See you soon. Welcome back. We are here at the Night Shift Intel or ASUS X Intel Invitational, and it's going to be the grand finals that is about to take place in front of your very eyes. I'm joined by James Bardoff and Dust Murray. And Dust, I want to start with you. We've got Boss and Getting Info about to kick off this best of 5. What are the chances that Boss can win this? Because Getting Info definitely higher up on the rankings. So what is there to in terms of win conditions for Boss?
Yeah, I mean, I think kind of just to hit the headline here, you got two teams battling for $10,000 winner takes all. And it's a battle between what I would say are the two best teams that are not sponsored in North America. You know, obviously we had Complexity depart CS2 entirely. You know, you got teams out there like M80 and Wildcard and Energy who have been, you know, kind of out there at times actually making it to, you know, international land competition here and there. You know, Blue Jays is kind of a smaller org that also has a team that's involved in the scene. But these two teams, Boston Getting Info, are like right behind them. You know, they're the two teams that feature some players that are considered prospects in our scene. You know, on the Getting Info side, you got a guy like Dia, who has been one of the better mechanical players kind of competing in NA, that hasn't been on a sponsored team for quite some time. You know, you got a guy like Fruit Cup, you know, on the boss side of things, who's been considered kind of a prospect in the NA scene in the rifling department. And, you know, I feel like Getting Info comes in with the edge, Dan, because they're the team that's actually proven that they can beat some of those sponsor teams. Like if you look at some recent online competition, they've beaten an Energy, they've beaten a Wild Card multiple times. So like they've shown that they can go toe to toe with some of these more supported teams in the scene in a situation where things are kind of dire in NA right now when it comes to having support. And that's why tournaments like this are so important to have more to play for and to kind of help fuel these teams forward. So yeah, I think these are two teams that have traded wins against each other recently as well. So they're kind of like 1-1 in recent times. So now for $10,000 on the line, this is a big match. This will be their first best of 5 as well for these two teams, really, as they mostly play BO3s.
Yeah, best of 5 is a different beast, James. It's become the standard in finals, really, of any tournament of note in Counter-Strike. That's why our tournament has it too. So, you know, what do you expect to see in this best of 5?
I think it's good for this level of team who, as Dust mentioned, haven't been sponsored of late to kind of have to stretch, because often I feel like you know, when you're not playing that tier 1 CS, you might not have the strongest map pool. So I think this will be a really, really good test where you can veto your weaknesses, you know, in a best of 3 fairly easily, but you can't quite do that in a best of 5. So I think this will be a good test for both squads in terms of how deep they can go. On a personal level, I was quite impressed with what I saw from Getting Info in terms of how deep they could go in around their decision making in mid to late round. I think Boss, I will measure by the test of this match, because this will clearly be their toughest opponents. And we'll see if they can mirror that when they are put to the test in the late rounds as well. So I think from what I saw so far, I quite liked the Getting Info side of things. I was, you know, we've got up and comers, but the people who've been there for a long time are still delivering, such as Marky. He did stand out to me in the games we saw from Getting Info. So I'm excited to see him on the server today. And maybe personally, I'm leaning a little to more Getting Info. But again, I saw them in a best of 3, best of 5. Perhaps we'll see some weaknesses that we have not yet discovered in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of funny you mentioned Marky, because I mean, this is a guy that a lot of people would know. I mean, he played for Nouns back in the day in CS2, and he has a pretty long CSGO history as well, playing on teams like Extra Salt and Chaos and like Swole Patrol back in the day. Was a solid performer who kind of came from the Mexican scene and eventually started embedding himself in some of the North American, like, you know, more English-speaking squads, and you know, he's played in some big lands over the years. And I feel like towards the end of his time with Nouns, kind of last year, he was sort of struggling, but he has kind of revitalized himself and looked really strong on this Getting Info team these last few months. And then, you know, guys like Dia, Shane, and Snav have played each other for a long time. You know, they're the old Timberman crew who have been kind of competing in like the ECL / you know, NA Premier kind of level for quite some time. And the weird thing for me with Getting Info though is like Slump was like a guy when he was playing with this team called Fluffy Aimers that I heard his name touted as like an NA opping prospect, right? And obviously now he's not opping because Dia's on the team. So that is a big adjustment for this squad, and I'm curious to see how that's going to play out against, you know, Slight, you know, who has been opping for quite a long time, right? I do rate Dia a little bit higher, obviously, but it'll be interesting to see that dynamic and how it plays out.
Yeah, I mean, it's been pretty interesting to see the player performances over the weekend so far. Really stoked to see what they're bringing into the Championship Sunday match that we have. In terms of the standout maps, Das, for you in this series, like what are the key maps that we're looking to if we're Boss and we're looking to take this win here?
Well, I mean, Getting Info has kind of a permaban of Inferno, and Boss permabans Nuke, and you only get one ban in a best of 5 situation. And then at that point, it just kind of comes to like, what do you want to prioritize with your picks to try to put your best foot forward early in the series to get some wins on the board? Because in a BO5 situation, it's very hard to come back from like a 2-0 deficit, for example, and try to run it all the way back and reverse sweep the series. And so with Mirage coming in as the pick from Boss, that's not shocking at all. I think that is their strongest map, statistically speaking, when they are allowed to play it. It's been one of their go-tos. So that's going to be good for them. I think they also have enjoyed playing some Train in the past. Meanwhile, on the other side, Getting Info have shown a lot of strength on Ancient. That's been kind of one of the maps that I feel like they've been, doing really well on. They actually decide to pick it second in this situation. And they go for Overpass first, which is interesting because that's obviously the new map on the block, right? And neither one of these teams have put in a lot of reps on Overpass so far. So it's kind of hard to know exactly where they stand, when that map comes into play. So with Getting Info picking it first as like their first stab at a map pick, that's intriguing to me because clearly that indicates that they must have put in a lot of prep and feel very comfortable.
Yeah, Overpass making a return. James, it's a classic map. Just off of feel, like how are you feeling in terms of this map? Like which way it should go? Obviously, Getting Info, selected it, but Boss obviously had some solid performances yesterday. The AWPing was on point. I feel like that's always important on Overpass, but it's also a very technical map from a utility perspective.
Yeah, it's long been my favorite map, Overpass. I think it's new to the map pool, but it's like a second-hand map. It's not brand new. There are some changes here and there. I think in part it's lineups for certain things, but it's more or less the same map that it was. So I'm sure there'll be a certain level of familiarity. But I think Overpass is a hard map, and I feel like the teams who don't like it so much don't like it because it's hard and they're not good at the map. For me, it's like extremely mentally stimulating, and there are teams and players who know how to dissect a game of Overpass very well, who have a good sense for where people are on the map, and that can be a very powerful tool. So we'll see if they're able to do that in this pick of Overpass. I think it definitely deserves its place in the map pool, and I'm happy to see it. I did expect Mirage and Dust 2 in the first 3 maps, so I think Mirage Dust 2 will be very good for the kind of just how cracked all these NA aimers are. Will be fantastic. And we spoke about I think Slights, we saw some really confident plays from him, some big punishes in very difficult like kind of battle sniper scenarios yesterday, and I think those are going to be really important today against a team as strong as Getting Info. So I think we're in for a banger.
Yes, here we go. This is going to be map 1 between Getting Info and Boss for our North American Grand Final. Best of 5. And this is Night Shift, the CS Invitational, presented by ASUS and Intel. And Dust, do you want to get any last thoughts in there as we go to Pistol?
Oh yeah, Mirage is coming up. Again, I think Boss, statistically speaking, very strong on this map, 6-1 with this 5, but mostly smaller teams that they've won against, to be fair. Meanwhile, on the other side, Getting Info, kind of a tougher record on this map, but a lot of close losses, one of which was to your boy Mythic, Flom. Shout out to him. So I'm sure he'll be, touting that one, bragging about it on his co-stream.
I've never subbed for Mythic. I feel like that should happen at some point. We'll see what he thinks about that. All right then. Boss on the T side will have some util on Benleet and Slights. I want to say Fruit Cup's got a P250. Right then, streaming into the A bomb site we go. Slump trying to do his best, overwhelmed by the numbers. There he go through the smoke. Bomb being planted on triple. Fruit Cup has been dropped. 3-on-2. Benleet and B-Wills remain. Is he going to go through the smoke on this side as well? Maybe waiting for a timing as his teammates are trying to swing from CT. It's not going to work out for him. In he goes, but B-Wills with the 180, and he will spin, but not to win. as Marquis comes in from the back. Just couldn't get enough cover as that reload came through. Down to the last man. Of course, it is Marquis, the marquee player on the server, if you will, to win the pistol for getting info.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken too, getting info, I've had mixed results on Mirage, but Mirage is one of those maps where everybody knows it so well. It'll be fun to just see the individuals, and off to a good start with that CT pistol. Also, you get the opportunity to be a little aggressive on the CT side if you want to be, to kind of, because this is one of those maps that has so many aggressive options for the CTs. And I think actually that's one of the reasons why I like Overpass as well. So I'm glad that's in the series. You get to see a very aggressive start from the CTs. And a double window setup here. That's foiled by the smoke. And Dia's going to be up in the ladder room. Or spy. They creep in, James.
3-man on road, as we would say in London. It was 4, but number 4, Darty, is heading towards connector. How do you identify where these CTs are playing? Oh, I love the occasional peeks from Dia. Will he spot the second player, though? Oh, interesting fallback there. He did hear one shot from the Galil, but maybe he didn't identify it was just around the corner. Either way, it's a 4-on-3 for Boss, who continues scurrying around in ladder. We've got 2 players stuck on this B bomb site for getting info, which leaves Slump on an island. He spots the bomb on shore, and he will find himself in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, looking kind of sketchy, that is to be sure here. And I mean, getting info just... not really all that much they can do at this point. So probably just want to try to keep hold of those weapons, carry them into the next round. But this really is a rude awakening. It's like, cold shower in the morning.
I mean, is that a rude awakening if you, choose it?
Yeah, I was just thinking that, to be honest. I was like...
Or are you turning the shower on and disassociating and walking in and be like, who did this? That's
exactly,
weird,
yeah. Yeah, because I was thinking, I was like, hang on, this is actually something that you're doing for a benefit. Yeah, it shocks the system a bit, but it kind of benefits you. This doesn't really benefit getting info. You're right.
I guess it can be a rude awakening. You can just choose the rude awakening for yourself. You might not enjoy it, but it's necessary.
Yep.
Open to interpretation, Dan. More shower
Seems
thoughts
that way.
from Dan during the break. So you hear the Galil's there were 1 or 2 shots from the Galil there, but he turned away. So I don't know if he thought that was on short or somewhere below. But I think if he knew it was around the corner, I don't think he tries to run away there, because it does feel like an eternity when you're trying to crawl through a small space in CS.
Well, we're going to get the push into mid.
Yeah,
and,
well.
They're going to find there's nothing there. And in fact, Bentley, if he read that, if he heard all the steps, his teammates should have just run into A.
How long do they hold this setup for in mid? Because you can see they're playing... It's kind of anti-flash and covering low area as well. As I say that, they will start to move in towards the A bomb site. So we're going to have 4 CTs here if they choose to go through these smoke grenades. You can see Shane holding a HE, Darty looking for targets. Slump has been dropped, and they're going down 1 by 1. It's going to be very difficult to go for a retake here, I think. A Scout, a Desert Eagle, and an MP9. What do you do in this scenario? This is awkward for getting info.
Yeah, it's interesting too, because I wasn't sure if Boss had info on the timing. Usually you have the mid player, so you can obviously, if there is a mid push, you can know where all the CTs are. And I wasn't sure if that info was caught or not, but I was worried for them for a second, because Boss kind of missed that initial timing where they could have just walked into a free site. But they trusted in the exec, and it really has worked out. You can see they've got the timings and spacing and so on lock. And getting info just have to kind of save what they have again.
Yeah, this is not the start they may have been looking for on this CT side. I mean, I suppose they could pray that all the T's left way too early. There was this kit on the site. I don't think that was their intention, though. I think they were just trying to fish for whatever they could find when they weren't holding much of anything. But yeah, this is rough. And I think when you start like this as well, it just puts you so much further away from an AWP. And we spoke a lot about the AWPers before this game started. And when your CT side is like this, it can be very frustrating indeed. seen the developers try to aid in this respect with the extra bonuses for frags. So we'll see what the money looks like following the conclusion of this round. It is a dangerous round for Boss. More Desert Eagles than a 5-7 for Marquee. So let's see if Getting Info can find a way back into this round.
There's that connector smoke. You know, if you see that as a CT, you should be expecting this push-up catwalk here that provides such good coverage for that, and they're going to be splitting onto the B site. So some pretty, basic executes coming out from Boss here. These little set pieces, but Marquee is causing a problem. That 5-7 is going to reposition. Players still need to come out of the apartments here. So Ben Lee looking to deal with Marquee. Great molly to help to that effect. A little difficult getting some of these kills, but they are still going Boss's way. And it looks like they are good here for the B site take after all. So some danger points there, but it's been navigated effectively.
Hypnotic enjoy a slump in a 1v3. Hold on a second. He had little to lose and plenty to gain with the HP on the remaining players. So there will be 2 frags. We'll see what the money looks like. See that extra money coming in at the very end of the round. But again, it is not awe-inspiring as far as Getting Info are concerned. But it was a noble effort we saw from them, especially with Marquee swinging on that short position when his teammate got exposed in ladder room. Got a little something from it. I like to call that Deagle the honey badger. So indeed, no AWP for the CT side. And we're in round 5. This is a dire way to start your CT side on Mirage.
Yeah, truly. It's going to be a while until Dia can maybe get an AWP in his hands, and unless they maybe steal it from Slight this round. And that always sucks because it's such a difference maker in terms of the presence it provides on the map. Just the other team knowing you have it, it just changes how the other team has to clear angles, has to use utility, and what they have to respect on the map. So not there just yet. Getting Info have to make do with the full M4s, and Boss are playing a pretty slow style. I mean, we're at 120, no serious map control gained at this point, and Getting Info are just waiting themselves. And for them, they have to do a good job of holding onto their utility because they don't obviously have. They didn't start out with all of it, so it's a good shout from Boss to have this drawn out round because again at this point no util left for Getting Info.
Yeah, it's like the odd song versus a discography as far as the util's concerned. Benny looking for a multi-frag. He's got some good info for the squad now. I have an idea of the makeup of this team as they try to find the B players, and you can see that reposition from Shane will be costly in terms of info, and they will be fully eliminated on that B bomb site. And what remains is Snav 1 versus 4. Again, that Lankov Orb is such a crippling factor when you have such a good sniper on your squad who can't really do what he's on the team to do. It's creeping through the smoke there. Very sneaky frag from Ben Leitz. And Fruit Cups there to continue. A man who is often talked about in the NA region. I know there's definitely some support for him online for this match. So Boss are doing everything. I mean, the metrics for them are fantastic, not just in the score, but you know, we can't mention the economic impact enough because it's such a huge problem. Big open map like Mirage, you just can't find the money for an AWP until round 7. That's a catastrophe. That's a catastrophic, excuse me.
Well, as we had a quick moment there, I'm just going to drop another code for the giveaways. You can click the pinned link in our chat if you want to enter the giveaways, and the next code is Pizza 365.
I knew it was pizza.
Hamburger, sushi, pizza. This is like, what kind of cuisine is this? Is not British food, by the way.
Before you give away the next code, I want a shot at guessing it. All right, I'm trying to see if I can figure this out.
Hamburger, sushi, pizza, man. I can't.
Just the pistols. Next code probably is going to come next map. I've got to space these out. I've got to space them out. Or do
you can use code Glizzy9001 for extra entries.
That might be. He might have made that up.
I'm trying to think of an awful contribution to this terrible banquet you've made.
That's
I feel like hot dogs.
Like a
dust one is fake.
Turkey Twizzler 234.
Yeah. chicken wings, 5,000.
Might just well put dog food there. Dog food 9.59.
Kibble 388.
Damn.
Oh dear.
I feel bad for the viewers now.
What about cake? Cake. Well, cake is a lot. Never mind. We can't use that. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, I guess you can trust me, guys. If I give you a code, it'll be real. I don't know if they'll trust me now because I feel like you guys have kind of tarnished the reputation of this broadcast.
No, I think Dan obviously is giving the legitimate ones, but James and I are attempting to put one in there, and I was right about pizza. It did come to fruition. So
candied apple for 23.
I think that's too detailed, James. I think you got to keep it simple.
I mean, production said they could add some. I think.
Ice lolly 5.
No. Popsicle 38.
Meat popsicle.
Meatball.
The AWP is out. Boys, the AWP is out. Dia finally has an AWP. It's only taken until round 7 to receive that AWP. Watch him get domed now by one of these AKs. Have a look at this play. Very lightning fast into that short position. Snab has been dropped. They've taken so much map control. You can see Dia looking towards short there, but does he have any idea, no pun intended, that they've already got a player in ladder room? Because he's slumped now, taking matters into his own hands. Dia looking towards ramp, dropping slight. I'm not sure if he's seen the bomb as well. Suddenly it's Beebles and Fruit Cup remaining. 3 versus 2. Dia will create some space for himself as Beebles catches Shane on the rotation. And then there were 2, but where do they go?
I mean, they could go to B now. They know they killed one of the B rotators. And I think they know where Dia is due to the fact that he killed players like Marky earlier towards T-Ramp. So they know it is safe to go B. So this is going to be a tough one for Dia. And that shot is only going to further confirm his current positioning, making Boss feel so comfortable to take this forward space towards the kitchen. Fruit Cup is going to plant real close here. Oh, he's going to go replant.
There's 2 players alive.
Well, that was close. That was real close. Imagine if Dia kills him. I feel like he's going to win.
He threw a grenade at his face. Maybe. Well, it's more competitive. Yeah, it's more competitive with that brief moment with the sniper rifle. But I mean, I'm not saying that all their problems are because of that, but it definitely does not help on Mirage. Especially when you've got a talent on your squad. They will somehow find one for round 8 as well. Now, they are very lacking utility at this point. There's so much time on the clock. Surely they've got to make an aggressive play. We've got 4 CT players just roaming around like marauders, looking for the smoke. But they're all isolated from the bomb site, hilariously. No one's in CT either, so they've tried to kind of find a way into this game, if you will, with aggressive plays, but they just did them in all the wrong places, and Boss have seized the A bomb site with little response. This is brutal for Getting Info. Getting wrecked at the moment.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see a timeout coming in to allow Semphis to get some words into the team, because it feels like they are really, like you said, just getting kind of wrecked. It's like they're not getting many opportunities to really play the round at this point. And I know that in the previous day of matches for Getting Info, when Semphis took the timeout, he did mention that early towards the game, the team had there was some tilt going on. And they had to kind of reset that a little bit. So I don't know if that's the case here exactly. This is just map 1 of a best of 5. So it's not the end of the world should Getting Info lose it, but Boss are looking dangerous.
I like the urgency from Boss to try and find that AWP as well. They've got the money to do it. But this is so unfortunate for Getting Info. They understand the mission. All right, we are on the edge of everything, of not getting many, if any, rounds more than 1 in this half of our economy, so on and so forth. So they try to make that aggressive place, throw everything just in the wrong place, lose all position. Yeah, there is a timeout. They lose all position on the A bomb site, all smoked off, no one anywhere close to CT. Brutal. That's got to be frustrating.
Yeah, I'm curious
maybe
what the
right
adaptation might be.
Yeah, maybe the right
Semphis
play, but definitely at the wrong time. Now they need Dia to pick the right door. He's got a good spawn for A, but he needs to get an early 5-on-4. And that's partly hoping that he's given the opportunity by Boss also.
All right, well, got set up here close to Ramp. Snav has the backup of Slump as well. And Dia's actually AWPing from the Palace position, looking into the Palace. Looking for what could be a lurk. But there is nobody there because Boss, they've really switched it up. They have one player sort of keeping the attention towards that A ramp. And in the meantime, they're going for a B pop.
He is currently being defended by a Desert Eagle and not much else. Marquis racing over though, as Shane will try to run distraction. If he can stay alive, then maybe that door can be an option for more players to rotate in. It's another one from Shane. He is doing great work. How is he still alive? Suddenly we've got 2 more CTs here, even with Marquis and Snav getting dropped. Dia and Slump are here and they are ready to do what they can. Well, now it's Dia and the question becomes, do you want to lose that AWP? So just when he was like, boys, I'm here, no one's responding on the radio, and off he goes again. The hunt will continue. Fruit Cup's got 12k. There's no reason not to go for the chase.
Yeah, it's not looking good, is it, for getting info right now? I mean, obviously, they didn't come into this round for everything, but just struggling to really get anything going.
Dan, has he got time to defuse this bomb? Dan!
No.
Run! Run, Dia! No. Run, Dia! Run, Dia! Oh my days.
Oh my god.
Let's go.
No. That's just criminal.
As soon as he got that frag onto the short player, he's like, wait, they're leaving the bomb site. I might have a window here.
Oh
that was
my
such
goodness.
a quick
I haven't
decision
seen a
made.
ninja in so long, James. In so long. It's been eons.
He made that decision so quick after he got that kill. That was really cool.
Oh my god, dude. The night shift CS Invitational. We got ninjas. Oh my god.
Awesome. And that's such a critical round. Like, you can't understate how important that is. Necessary. And I think that's a good boost for the squad as well. At least you would hope it would be, if they are, you know, suffering psychologically from a very trying half thus far. That could galvanize the squad to bring something into this one. Snav's still looking for his first frag. On the CT side as well, that's quite rough. I mean, it can in part depend on where people are going, but Boss seems to be going wherever they want, as far as we can tell. They're playing a very defensively. You can see Snav's playing from CT, closer to the A bomb site. I think they're in better positions now if those smokes do come in, because they have been caught out in that jungle area more than once. Bentley trying to find a target, but not really finding much of anything just yet.
Nice response there. Calm from Shane. Stuck by the firebox, but only for so long. I mean, he had that epic ninja in the previous round, but I mean, his team loses this one. That's going to be horrible. Economy is going to be so rough. Looking to get in there. Snav pushing in from Ticket, trying to find something. An opening. Might be able to find. I don't know that they have any idea that he's actually here. He's creeping a pretty deep here. Snav might be able to find multiple players. He has so much information. Takes down Slight. 2 more to go in the site itself, but it's going to get shut down. Once again, it's Dia alone. And I don't think a ninja's happening this time.
I was wondering, like, is there a way where he just finds a place to just hide and wait for them to exit and goes for a ninja again?
Oh my god, dude. That would have been so good.
It would have been incredible. But
2 ninjas in a row would be like, I don't know, has that ever happened before? I like, you know, that's so ridiculous.
Maybe there was a small chance just cutting through the bomb defenses there. But again, it seems Boss back to winning ways once more. And I don't know if getting info have much of an answer for what remains of this half. Dia with 5 frags. Snav's on the scoreboard now, but no one's really standing out doing much of anything on the CT side, unfortunately, for getting info. And for me, you know, I felt strength in what I saw from them yesterday, but it seems that Boss have something to say about that.
Well, we have this tech right now, so I'd love to hear your thoughts, Dust. What's going wrong for getting info right now?
Just not enough ninja diffusers, Dan. They're just not coming in fast enough.
True.
Only one. No, I mean, here's the thing. Like, we knew that Boss had more fluency on Mirage than getting info did, you know, coming into this just based on recent results. And both teams are embedding, you know, roster changes that just occurred like in the last month or so, including new IGLs for both teams. So I think that comes into play. And I think for Boss, you can just see that, you know, on a map like Mirage, that the meta really has been for a while now more focused on like fast 4-1 splits, you know, set pieces with varied utility, and just, you know, how good are you with your trading efficiency and spacing into sites and, you know, holding off the retakes. And Boss are just crisp. Like, you know, their executes look good. It was sad. Well, the Ninja Diffuse that they lost, they actually threw a really good A fake into a B execute that on paper looked fantastic, and then they just coughed up the Ninja Diffuse in a very weird way. But they played the round very effectively up until that point. And so, yeah, I think it just comes down to, you can clearly tell that Boss have a game plan. They're well drilled in how they want to approach these executes. And they're also just massively out fragging the opposition. It just seems like getting info, A, has struggled to find ways to disrupt Boss, you know, disrupt their mid control, or, you know, get aggressive on a forward position and try to, you know, slow down their execute, maybe get a pick and kind of force Boss to like reconsider what they're doing. And also their retakes just haven't been there, you know, and that is what it really boils down to.
Well, we'll have to see if there's anything left in the tank on this half for them, as we kind of still match medic our way out of the issues here.
Does the structure look safe? Does it meet regulations? The scaffolding? Anyone in the chat is a building surveyor, please let me know. Or let Dan know, actually. Send him DMs.
Send, yes.
Fruit Cup will be the grenade man. Utah left for him in spawn. We've got a 3-man push from Getting Info, trying to take the fight to their opponent once more. Snav boosted up. Now, how many players can Bentley identify in this position? Maybe expecting something aggressive. His team are in a great position to punish, but I don't think he even sees that second man on the kill feed there. But there's got to be support for that push. And into B they go, unchallenged on the B bomb site. Boss keep opening the right doors.
Yeah, it's almost like a build order loss there for Getting Info, holding mid whilst Boss are in a spot to shove into the B site. It's so hard to retake this as well, especially given that there's a lot of util, but with that opener, might be a chance here now, as the effort is going to be made. I'm trying to see. Okay, there is a couple kits here, Marky and Dia with kits here, and Dia with another pick off, making just 2 players left on the site. Now we just make it one Darty alone, trying to find his way through the smoke here into a kill, but Getting Info with a fantastic retake there. The fact that 4 players survive is pretty incredible.
Yeah, I guess the having high numbers for the retake, since no one was on the bomb site when it was taken, has its advantages. Again, they keep like the rounds here and there. They're like, all right, let's make this play. But every time the bulk of Boss are elsewhere. Coming out on top here is very important, though. Like, you know, of course, the score on paper, like 8-2 before they secure it, looks really bad. But these, like, if they can win this last round and a pistol, suddenly the score is a lot closer than you might think. So there's definitely promise in every critical round when they can find. But is there one more in the bag for them in this half?
Well, here we go. Another mid. Or rather, just, I mean, it's not even a mid, like, too heavy of a mid default. They're pretty spread, actually. Taking map control is Boss. We've got Palace, T ramp, underpass, and a couple players mid as well. So they could turn this into a split into the A site. We'll see what they can find, though. It's definitely a lot of different ways to push and pull the CTs with util here. There's a late window smoke that's going to allow them to scale into mid. At least that's what it suggests. And that connector smoke, this is kind of what I'm talking about in terms of the util that can push and pull the CTs. Because again, you read that as a CT is likely as a catwalk. play, and there's B-Wills. He's found Marky up on the crates, and Darty with the second player dead on short. How do they read that? It doesn't matter. They're still going to split into the A site, forcing their way forward, and 3 players are going to get killed, or 3 kills are going to go the way of getting info here. Ben Leeds has to come out on top here, and Dia, oh my goodness, that's savage there. What a shot at range, and that's going to finish off the half, 9-3 in favor of Boss. What a performance from them.
Yeah, there was so much going on there. Getting info, I saw a slump in Sandwich, and you know he was in a position where he had to try and fight his way out of it. Otherwise, with them pushing ramp and connector, it was only a matter of time. But Boss were able to overwhelm once again, as they did in many a round in that half. So they will lead by 6 as the sides change, and this offers them so much opportunity if they can find a pistol win here in a CT pistol. It would put Getting Info, there'd be a canyon between the 2 squads. But again, with 3 rounds on the board, there is still opportunity for the team, which is very behind at present. But hey, maybe the worst is over. How stressful that CT side was, I can't imagine this side gets any harder. That running, jumping molly for the window.
Yeah, very nice indeed. Got to make sure you know all the lineups. It's all ready to go. Boosting into the window, perhaps here. You just split onto this A site. Nobody in the window room for the CTs. B-Will's going to have the cross potential. He's been able to spot a couple players now. The alarm bells are certainly ringing onto the A site. But are the players Fruit Cup? Is Fruit Cup going to be able to hold on the site by himself?
Marky with a dually spam will open up that position. B-Wills now, the last man. He's got a lot of frags though, trying to get the full clutch, looking for the ace, running out of bullets in that magazine though. Able to fall back and reload, but can he isolate these fights? Trying to pre-fire the headshots, but too many man on road. Getting Info win a must-win pistol.
Well, they won the pistol the first half too, let's not forget. But here's that lovely display from B-Wills, making it look possible. But we'll see if Getting Info can convert on this second round. It should be a little bit easier. You know, they're on the T side. You can control things a lot better. Get another tech pause coming on in as well.
Bentley is the king of disconnecting this weekend. Undisputed champion.
Yes. I didn't yet get any DMs about the building regulations or whether or not the scaffolding was to regulation.
We can spread the net wider and ask on Twitter if you wish.
No, it's okay. I can just take a photo and then put it into AI. And it will tell me. And it probably will be true.
It'll tell you an answer. That's for sure.
I tend not to, I don't like to double check the answers or look at the citations either. I'm not about that, you know.
I haven't started that. All I want to do is make AI videos of people. Or
you want to make AI videos of people?
Yeah. I think that would be fun.
What do you mean?
Well, just, like creative stuff, like, just stuff that comes into my mind. You know my mind, Dan. Full of creativity.
You're going to enhance it with AI. Okay, I don't know
why
if
not?
I like this plan. Okay, well, we're back into it. And in fact, Getting Info, they know they're up against what could be potentially a force buy in this position. You know, some CT sides will just fully save here, but they've gone for the force buy, and they are kind of ready for this. Safe from the pop flash, Snav is able to dodge that early play.
You want to know how to play anti-flash in a round such as this? There is a great example. Very nice work from Snav. Not standing still either. CS2 is a game you can't really stand still in, as we all know.
Oh, they're selling lies on the A site.
I wonder what part Slight has to play in this, because when you've got a scout in a force buy round, if they can just do some tagging to allow the 5-7 to follow up afterwards, then who knows? But no tagging required onto Slump. That might be the brief highlight for Boss in this round. Maybe it'll be a T-sided affair for both squads. How much money do they want to throw at this now? They've lost position. FAMAS MP9 Deagle, like, you can still, bearing in mind this is a force buy, you can still do more in the next round. I don't think it really makes sense to pursue this round further.
No, it doesn't. I mean, you're going to have a better chance likely to use these weapons in the following round. I like this, though, you know, trying to get that timing shot. Beautiful from Fruit Cup. A click timing setup, and he's off. He is off with that one. Some extra damage. We like that. And the question again is, you know, for getting info, you know, how many, I'm curious how many sort of anti-eco or anti kind of force buy protocols they may have. We saw it in this like first phase of that round where we had, you know, as you were describing, the anti-flash setups there to make sure that if there is aggression from the CTs, you're kind of safe against any of those util shenanigans. And getting info know exactly what boss were doing in that last round, and now they know they've saved some weapons, so you would expect to see a similar round. They could also flat out just exec something and kind of gamble it a little bit. I think that's fine too.
Tech pauses. Ben Leak continues his in, out, in. Not sure what's going on with his con. I know this was happening yesterday as well. Maybe he just likes a fresh connection.
He's got like 10 routers. He just switches between.
Maybe it's just like,
rounds.
You know, people would have that tick where they just want to press QQ.
Yeah.
And they just gun for no reason other than maybe their gun feels fresher, maybe they feel sharper or something. Maybe he just wants to do that, but with his whole connection to the server.
Yeah, he's like, I need to get connected to that BNS. I need another
restart the game
IP.
for FPS.
Need to try a new IP. Oh yeah, again, that's a second one from Fruit Cup. Dealing it on those timings with the Deagle.
Yeah, it might just be firing on the clock. So you see the grenade pin is lined up with the aerial there to smoke top connector. It's amazing. This map is 10 or 11 years old and people still can't smoke the window. I'm not talking about these people, obviously. That was just bad timing, but generally speaking.
I think it's actually quite a lot older than that even too. But
oh yeah, generally, I mean like its introduction into CS2.
Right. Okay.
The new Mirage as opposed to the, you know, the classic Mirage. I remember when Europe started playing this Mirage and NA were still playing the old Mirage for a while.
Oh yeah. Well,
now the rounds like this are interesting because when you're the team in anti-eco, anti-force buy territory and you're heading towards 40 seconds on the clock, you need to make sure you don't mess up your timing. They're all in mid at the moment. I smell trouble there.
It is feeling awkward. 30 seconds left. The panic starts to set in. You got to make a move. You don't have time to clear everything effectively. You're going to run through this smoke into the site, and there are CTs on the other end of this one. Fruit Cup is in there. He's lurking. He is just waiting for the perfect timing, and now the timing has come. Is it too late? He only is able to get one, and that's going to leave Slight in the 1 versus 2, which seems quite doable here. And he's going to have plenty of time. Never mind.
That is crazy. I imagine the perception is all right. We're kind of, you know, the smoke's up on top con, which they threw. They're like, oh, the stack's going to be on B, guys. We've got to go through our own smoke with the time we have left. They're definitely stacking B. Little do they know there's one person B. And Fruit Cup's just like, when is this smoke going to go away? I don't know if that smoke was replenished by CT or not. I know it was originally put there by T, but I did feel like a lot of time passed. So either way, that's wild. I think if you ran that scenario 20 times, I think they are losing that round a lot.
Yeah, that was sketchy. I mean, those rounds I think invariably do go wrong for you know whoever's in the T side's shoes. But they managed to circumvent it. And again, we get some more text. I think they just want to hear Dust weigh in more. What's up, Dust?
Yeah, I'd like to weigh in. Binley, maybe fix your computer. I don't know, man. You know, just a thought.
Dude, if he wins
maybe
this
he could try to enter this giveaway. Yeah, exactly. That could be the ticket. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, obviously, Boss came into this half with a massive lead, putting on a T-side clinic, and, you know, losing pistol, force buying, that not working out. They've kind of been behind economically a lot this half, so I feel like they haven't had a whole lot of chance to put their best foot forward yet with like a true full buy and op and slides hands, things of that nature. So I'm going to kind of hold off on being too critical about this half until then. But yeah, I mean, getting info, putting up a little bit of a fight.
I know what Ben Leak needs. He needs a processor.
And therefore a code.
Horseburger 1259 in the chat.
Dude, you gotta go to Kazakhstan. You'll find plenty of those.
Yeah, there is that in Kazakhstan, as we learned. Yes.
Dust, we went into the Starbucks in Kazakhstan, and Dust was like, "Damn, they have horse meat sandwiches in Starbucks." I'm like, "Oh, wow, okay."
Very true.
I would have been interested to try that. I was jealous of that trip. That's a region
Maui Snake did try it at one restaurant we went to. I think he got I think he got like some kind of like horse short rib thing or something. He said it was pretty good.
He explained to me what it was like, and that was good enough for me.
Yeah, I took him to
a
classic like a good ribeye.
I took him to a classic pie shop in London, and he had the jelly deal in jelly, and I just couldn't bring myself to try it. But I watched him try it and recorded him do it. But I couldn't do it. So he is the guy. Jellied eel.
Jellied eel. Okay, I've had baby eels before. Like,
yeah, but in jelly, I'm like, what is that? what is that jelly? Like, what is that?
I feel like it'd be similar to barbecue, wouldn't it? Sort of.
I don't know. It looks like. I don't know what it looks like. Anyway, 3-round lead for Boss. We've got the AKs out for getting info, who are on the comeback trail. Now, Slight will be AWPing. The AWP was a rare bird in the first half, but Slight's getting started quickly and getting finished even quicker by Shane, swinging there with a big headshot. Slump will die to his teammates Molotov, which makes it a 4-on-4 as all the T's come in around around Connector and Jungle for an attempted retake.
All right, setting it up. We get 3 players through CT for Boss on this retake, and the timing here is everything. Right now, getting info, not sure exactly where they're coming from. Dia looking for the peek here, and great double peek coming on through. B-Wills for that one, and a second. He's been on it so far today on Mirage. And now just Snav and Marky looking to buy time, looking to find the kills as the CTs start to come in under the cover of smoke here. Marky still in that firebox position. There's not even a CT on the bomb just yet. This is looking hopeless now. B-Wills just trying to get some more kills, and he gets at least one more for his troubles, but getting info back on top here with another round.
Yeah, there was no kit at the end that he had on him. They were on the side, but with those smokes up, I don't think he was going to find it in time. And there was no time to get away from the bomb either, so he just tried to squeeze what he could from the end of that. 3-man swing from the CTs in CT. Probably terrifying for getting info, but they managed to hold on. They keep the wheels turning.
And I have just been informed that, what is it? Okay, yeah, Horseburger 69 is a code.
Oh, let's go.
I mean,
Horseburger.
You can also use code liver pate 37 for an opportunity.
I've been eating chicken liver pate this morning, actually. I gave my mum chicken liver pate yesterday. She's at my place recuperating from a fall, so be looking after her.
How is she doing?
She had chicken liver pate. Yeah, she's all right, yeah. Not impressed with my film choice, though. They're all crap, according to her. I put on Minority Report today. I put on Minority Report. You thought that would, but she left before it finished. So.
Oh, no way.
Yeah.
Dude, that's Tom Cruise just getting it done in Minority Report.
Yesterday was Castaway, and she said, I can't believe they spent money to make this a crap film.
I can't believe Wilson didn't win Best Supporting Actor for his performance in Castaway. It's actually unbelievable. All right, back to Sucha.
Oh my good God. Okay. Okay, so delayed mid-take coming in from getting info there. And this actually might work out. It seems like they feel it, they sense it, the mid-push, and they deal with it. Oh no. Getting info. Oh, they're back, James.
Yeah.
They are up against pistols though, but still.
It's nice to just have the threat neutralized in a round such as this, because I want to see, I want to see it go deep. I want to see them go into the late rounds and have to make tough decisions. Slight and Darty. the gamer tag Slight makes me think of Japanese companies with English names where it's just kind of weird from our perspective, like From Games. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
You don't know what I mean, do you? You don't, you're lying.
Like From Software. I always felt like that was a weird name. I'm like, what you
it's
guys
like
doing?
it's
What do you
missing
mean
something.
From Software? You are the software. I don't understand. Like, please.
It's like something's missing. Slight what? Slight.
Yeah.
Slight peak. Slight left. Slight right.
Slight
nudge.
If it was like slighted, you know, then it kind of makes more sense. You are right. You are right. It made me think of this yard sign I saw the other day, where it was like one word, but it was like an incomplete idea, and you're just left confused. That's kind of it's the same kind of thing. Eight niners, they are getting their comeback going. They really are making it happen.
Yeah, it seems I think I said we had a game of Inferno yesterday, and before it started, I thought that, I was completely wrong on this occasion, very rare, but I think I said something along the lines of it'd be interesting to see if it was, if the map was decided on how many T rounds you won, and it seems that might be the case in this game of Mirage, where we have seen both teams struggling to get going on the CT side in different ways. Getting info, at least for me, was like, when are they going to get their man on the AWP? It was few and far between and late. Boss have had it early, but just have not been able to really get much of anything done, regardless. So I guess the story is about the T side and it's a nice big open map. NA players with AK-47s is always going to be hard to deal with. So
yeah.
Getting info, have got a nice run going for themselves. That's for sure.
Yeah, it seems that way. We're back into another tech pause. So, yeah, Dust, you got any movie recommendations for James's mum?
He's not a fan of violence.
Okay. What is she a fan of?
So when she's at home, she watches a lot of westerns, and she watches Columbo and Poirot.
Westerns like Trinity.
She loves Columbo, but like old westerns, John Wayne movies, stuff like that. She loves westerns.
Good, the bad, the ugly.
I put on No Country for Old Men, and she was very bored.
Have you tried Brokeback Mountain?
Maybe
James?
a nice Quentin Tarantino film would work here.
What's wrong with Brokeback Mountain?
Actually, I did put on Django.
That's violent, James. You just said no violence.
That is very violent.
That's pretty violent.
I hadn't watched it for a while, and I was like, "Oh, this is not."
But
it's like over the top violence. Like there's just arteries.
But isn't there a lot of violence in westerns as well? They're all shooting each other with their 6-shooters.
Yeah, but it's not like modern violence, if you will. A guy puts his hands up and falls over type stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, I tried Rush Hour, and she was like, "Yeah." But what she did like was, what's that one where Tom Cruise is like, he's a contract killer, and
every single
who's that
one.
guy who's that guy who's a taxi driver and he's driving him around? Remember that one?
Are you thinking of a different movie with totally different actors? I don't know,
no, the guy from Django. What's his name again?
Which one?
The main Django.
Oh,
I forgot the actor's name.
Oh,
but he's
so confused.
He's a taxi
Jamie
driver,
Foxx.
and Tom.
Jamie Foxx,
so Jamie Foxx is a taxi driver, and Tom Cruise gets in his cab and is a contract killer and makes him drive him around while he goes to do all these hits. Collateral, yeah. So she enjoyed that one.
Okay.
Even though that's got some violence, but I think maybe she enjoyed the psychological parts of it with the taxi driver.
Okay.
Speaking of routers, very quickly, Slight is resetting his router. That's what we're waiting for. And okay, please resume.
Has anyone claimed the Horseburger 69 code? Or how does it work?
I'm not sure yet.
So type
ripe for the taking.
Horseburger 69 in chat. There was a scandal in the UK years ago where people were claiming, like, I don't know if it was beef or something, but it was actually horse meat. And then so it was really controversial, and then people started like randomly testing meat to see if it was what it was purported to be, and it in too many places it wasn't, and then some pubs started offering Horseburger.
Can I guess the next code then? Can I guess the next code?
Yeah, I was actually about to
I'm gonna,
so yeah,
I'm gonna go. All right, macaroni and cheese 136.
I like how you're dwelling on the last number.
Yeah, the number's key.
Yeah, it's the hardest part.
Maybe like mac and cheese would be better.
Guess.
Yeah. Macaroni might be a little too long to spell it all the way out, but mac and cheese in a number, surely, right?
Yeah, and if again, like, also if you guys are just joining us, you're like, what on earth are you talking about? Beside the movie talk, this is the Night Shift Invitational, and we are presented by ASUS and Intel. And to celebrate the Intel Gamer Days, we're giving away an Intel Core Ultra 9 processor, 285K, and you can enter through the link in the pinned chat comment on the main stream and gain extra entries by listening to the secret code words, which is what we're sort of discussing here currently. And you can also learn more about the Gamer Days by going to game.intel.com/gamerdays. And for the code, Dust, it was not macaroni and cheese 138. It is instead PBJ 528.
Get out of here.
Code PBJ. So, but just also for the lore here, so that when some of you guys understand where these came from, one of the producers went around asking people their favorite food and then asking them for a number, and none of these are my answers. So, my one.
Okay. What about steak? Is steak one? Is steak one of them?
Steak is one of them, but I'm not going to give you the secret number yet. We're not ready
now
yet.
I'm back online. I'm locked back in now.
Who do you think
they made you one, James? Be quiet. They literally took yours and made it one. Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not my favorite food, is it? I've not even eaten it. I would have gone for like a pie. Pie is my favorite thing. Yeah, but
pie is so like it could be anything.
No.
Horseburger pie.
No, I'm talking like a classic working man's pie shop in London, like the ones that are like 80 plus years old. Yeah, just pie. Your menu is pie, mash, liquor, as in like a gravy, not your American type liquor, and that's it. I went to a pie shop this week.
I'm just saying, not a single viewer out there thought liquor was gravy in any sort of context until
liquor's like a green gravy. I mean, as gravy,
literally no one's heard of that. Literally
it's not a green gravy because gravy's like meat stuff, but it's just some green stuff.
If I saw green gravy, I would think it was potentially bad and probably shouldn't eat it.
I took where Maui Snake had the jelly deal. We went there for the pie, and he wanted to try the classic British stuff, so he went for the jelly deal.
Okay.
Is that classic British stuff, the jelly deal?
Yeah, pie mash jelly deal. That's what you find in a pie shop.
Really? Yeah. I didn't know jelly deal was a classic staple of British cuisine. I've got to say.
Dan, aren't you happy you left all this behind and came to America? Like, aren't you just loving that you don't have to worry about this anymore? Green gravy and meat pie. All right.
Just the whole FDA you have to worry about over there. Yeah. Just the entire FDA.
I had I'm just eating food from Mexican food trucks.
There you go.
Oh, that's so cool.
That's the spirit.
Today I had a birria quesadilla.
There you go. Hell yes.
It was pretty solid. It's pretty solid.
Last time I was in LA, the makeup artist we often use, you'll be familiar with Rosa, Dan. She took me on a taco tour. She took me in the hood. I literally went to a taco stand in the middle of Compton, and I was terrified. I was like, there were just three bros just walking across the road, with big baggy shorts and so on. I'm like, am I gonna get shot? Like, why are they here? They were there for tacos, obviously, but I was uncomfortable. As a guy who grew up in inner London, I don't like being in areas I'm not supposed to be in, and that's the kind of feeling I got while I was there. So I was very uneasy. Tacos were good though.
Yeah, they are. It is really good. It's. Well, hey, okay, we can start talking about food finally. The match is back on. Is back on. All right, so hopefully no more delays. I think Slight has his router issue sorted out, so he probably just borrowed one from Ben Lee. So here we go. 8 to 9 for getting info. They've been on somewhat of a comeback streak. Pretty big presence here towards the A side already. In fact, this is not the usual tempo and timing, James, of the defaults here on the T side. They're just going to pop A.
Keep it simple, stupid, perhaps. Let's see what Shane's up to. Is he going for a window smoke? Yes. So perhaps offering or threatening to have a later take of the mid position. B-Balls will be forced to rotate over towards A, drops a smoke into Palace in response. You know, his position is now redundant in that window. I mean, if the AWP was there, maybe drop a HG, have a look. They are wondering now. Keep an eye on the radar. I mean, they're not far away, but we saw how difficult those CT positions will be once the jungle smokes come through. And indeed, they will be left out of position. Darty has no help coming his way. He will drop the bomb carrier, but how long can he stay alive for? It is crucial that he stays standing here, looking for another one. Fruit Cup will drop Dia, and the frags go back and forth for 3-on-3. The AWP is still in play for the CTs on this retake. Look at the tagging. Shane down to 4 HP. There may be some trouble for getting info holding on to this one. Just one round behind now as these CTs look to take over.
And this round is important. This could be a swing round. Oh, those nades going in close to taking down Bentley, but Marky's going to do it instead with the AK. And now it feels really difficult for Boss to find ways to scale into the site. Doesn't really seem like they can cover that distance right now safely. They're instead going to just go back and go for the save. I don't blame them. After losing that third player, it didn't really seem possible. Really close round, and again they have to do this because their economy is pretty screwed. And getting info, I mean, they were buying down to $2,000 for most players, so pretty huge round to win for getting info to keep that pressure on the CTs. But they're still going to have some stuff moving into the next round as we see the highlights here. This lovely take of the A site, and I don't know, James. I feel like getting info. They've done a really good job at just picking the right rounds to go for the pops, whether it's A or B.
Yeah, I mean, they led the CTs to that mid area with little utility and then used overwhelming numbers to take over the A bomb site. And we've seen from both squads that they struggle to retake from that jungle connector area in many of these rounds. But certainly true there as well. But there is the space for Boss to think about that and maybe adjust in future. Interesting. Maybe setting up something similar then. But this time Slight is in CT, and this could be a determining factor. I mean, we previously saw him drop one frag and then just get domed by a big swing from an AK. You can see Darty is waiting. He'll need his teammate to cover his back. In the meantime, the grenades just keep on coming though, and down Darty goes. Slight's lost his angles. He's going to be really careful about this Palace position. A swing and a miss from him, and you wonder if there's anything left for Boss to pursue in this round.
Another really nice just pop at a much faster timing than the previous round. Keeping Boss on their toes, unable to, I think, really read the cadence of some of these plays. Definitely a benefit of that you have on the T side, that you can dictate that tempo in that way. Looking to hold on to these guns. Fruit Cup able to do so for now. But this is looking kind of sketchy. I mean, it's not going to be the end of the world if they can hold on to all three weapons. But I don't know, because getting info, they've got more time here to encroach further onto these CTs. And there it is. Fruit Cup goes down. B-Balls might get a challenge here as well in Kitchen. It looks like they may avoid that position, though. Dia's coming, though. Okay, so 2 guns will stay up for Boss.
Light's got to be frustrated. 18 rounds in, he's got 7 frags. CT side, I feel like he's had a fair amount more AWP than we saw on the getting info side when they were on CT, but just not really having the impact just yet. You know, had a close flick there, but wasn't able to hit the mark on that occasion. And if he holds that position, then they probably have a much better fighting chance. Not the case, though, and they have lost the lead, which shows you, again, that ninja defuse in the first half, how crucial that round was. Every round was precious for getting info. You find themselves on double figures now, as this time there will be presence in mid from getting info. 4 players with Marky showing presence towards B.
So holding that mid position. They can do a lot in this spot in terms of just either just waiting things out or, well, with that said, they're going to reveal it here. Another, connector smoke. That's going to, again, create this world where they can take connector control, or they can be using it to cover their walk up catwalk. Hard to read for the CT side. Dia looking for something with the AWP there. Nothing doing just yet, but a big flank coming on through from Fruit Cup here. I love this from Boss, getting active, and it's going to pay off most likely. Although Dia, will he catch this? Looks like he's not, and that's a beautiful pickup indeed for Boss.
There's 50 seconds on the clock. They've got Snav lurking somewhat. Oh, they're ready for the split. They've got to go for it quickly. Slump is dropped. Oh, this one's collapsing now. Getting info, finally going to mid, and things are really not going their way anymore. Marky versus 4, Molotoved away from the bomb site. He kind of needs to... Oh, so awkward for him. He kind of needs to like stay alive to drop Slump a rifle for the next round. That's not going to happen. That turned out very awkward indeed. A play after A play working for them, starting with a big presence mid push, leaving A completely open. The holes in their setup exploited by Boss, who finally tastes success after a long time.
Yeah, 10-10. It's getting real pretty fast. At this point, we've got a potential for Slight to make this play. It's such a classic Mirage aggression with the AWP. That rifle support up close from Darty gives me those very old school, like 2016 Fallen vibes. We'll see if they can make anything of it. Though, wow, Dia is so ready for that. So incredibly ready. And that just dismantles the setup completely. And now things speed up, getting info, looking to go for the A split.
They've got to figure that there's rifle support somewhere close to this Palace position. There's a lot more action elsewhere. Can Darty get more than one? No, just the one. But there are frags all over the map. And that's Fruit Cup now in a 1 versus 2. Getting info will frag out. And that was such a crucial round for them, because if you think about how long this comeback took in the second half, they take the lead, they lose one round, and suddenly they have no money left once their buy comes in this round. So had they lost this one, then maybe the whole game collapses for them. So there was big pressure for them to deliver, and deliver they did.
Yeah, and that AWP setup, you know, that's being able to make that kill, being mindful enough to be able to do that is awesome to see. And I think it kind of goes to the point you were making earlier too in CS2, that in CS2 you want to be moving a lot. You know, you never really want to be all that still, even on the CT side, because you can get punished so easily by peeking. And there we go, Dia opening it up for his team. And I feel like he has been the talisman for getting info, of course. Such a powerful player. As we get another tech pause, hopefully not as long as the last one. Looks like Bentley's having potentially PC issues again. And Dust, you know, we've got the full comeback on the way, getting info, finally taking the lead.
I mean, Bentley might have more disconnects than kills by the time this map ends.
That's true.
And he's actually not fragging that bad. That wasn't really a knock to that, but I mean, it has been many disconnects, Dan.
yeah. It's 16 kills. It might not be
probably about 10
off.
Disconnects. He's getting there.
Because he's on his tour trying to find Dan's raps.
No. Definitely more disconnects than CT rounds. Can't say that for sure. Confirmed. All right, that was all the insight I had.
Sweet.
Big pressure round. Economically, they're both on the ropes. So this has a fair chance to give one of these squads a very high chance of taking this first game of the series. Looking much more competitive now. T-sided affair for both squads. Again, Darty playing up close on the A-bomb site. Bentley rotating over to that B-bomb site, kind of switching positions to some degree. Sorry, it's B-Will's rotating over. Because Bentley's got the MP9, so he doesn't really have the range to play short. So they're making ends meet, if you will, on the boss side of things.
So we see that smoke again that allows the T's to take connector. It allows them to have cover if they want to move up catwalk. And the CTs don't have any info deeper on the short position or ladder room or really anything. So they don't have that much info at the moment. See Fruit Cup trying to check for anything, any shenanigans there in window or ladder. And getting info. They've sort of forced the CTs to try to make some kind of a play here just for information. And this is one of those plays on the A site. If you feel like you're going to lose connector, taking the A ramp position, I think this is a really good play here, but they have to get both kills. That's the bomb there. If they can do this, there's Darty. He's being teased and toyed with. There's the swing. Great double swing, but even better from Ben Leet, the MP9 delivering. The trade comes on through, but he's bought space and time for his rotators from B to get into position for the 2v2.
No time for Slight to make his way towards CT. Out the window towards connector he goes. As Fruit Cup tries to find something, 17 seconds. I don't think the T's know where both players are. And here's a two-man swing, deleting Fruit Cup, and Slight's down to 3 HP. At this point, do you just try it? Oh, the bomb's not planted just yet. Now it has been. Oh. Taken out by the shrapnel. Never got to ask the question if saving was an option, but I didn't realize they hadn't planted that bomb on that first attempt. Moving to triple and securing the deal. So the AWP was posted up in B apartments, which was some information, but didn't really tell them if there was a potential split coming. Ramp push. Oh, God, it's just so tense everywhere. 2K with the MP9, and it will be a relief that the grenade finished off the job there, but ASUS have been able to eke out a quite reasonable buy, actually. So economy was not as critical as first thought. There's a nice flick from Dia. Second round, they were looking for something like that. Just not the start that Boss were looking for, but that will certainly help. Slight in battle sniper mode now, as they need more than just that one frag if they are to hold on as best they can.
Yeah, and it's difficult here because Darty, there is a world where he can delay a lot, but he doesn't have any util. If he had a smoke or something to put down defensively, I think he could be in a good spot to hold, but his Slight's got in position in time, gets that peek off on the ramp, but Darty goes down so fast, and it's a dart through the smoke here for the CTs. Ben Leet delivering some of the defensive kills here to prevent Boss from losing this first map, and they're going to force Dia to ask some questions and to maybe reconsider, and it looks like he has decided to go back to the B site, but just as quickly, Slight has read it.
So often kind of split the CTs up. Oh, but he's running way too much, and Slight's got the sound cues. He has good information. Dia still has his options, though. He can go B or A here. So where's that put Ben Leets? You can see Slight was trying to drop a flash above Darty on that A bomb site. That never came in time. With how fast getting info were. Dia isn't going to make it. Boss will stay alive. Tense stuff indeed. You can see Slight really desperately trying to find what he can, keep his team in the game there with that AWP, and it might not have come too late after all.
Yeah, heavy lifting from Slight. That's a great performance. We definitely highlighted his name based off of his performances from yesterday, and just keeping his team in this one, looking to force the overtime now, and you can see the economical repercussions there for getting info. They don't have really much to play with in this round. A few Galils, and Thumb doesn't even have any helmet, which kind of sucks against the CTs in this situation. So this is going to be tough. They're going to have to burst some position because they don't have util to slow play the map. They need the numbers to get them to buy space.
Messed up time for this to happen, for getting info. And indeed, that last round was the Slight that we've been looking for the whole half, really. But he's got the least frags on his squad. Sometimes it is about the impact frags. If they don't plant the bomb in this round, God, what does it look like at 12-12? Tell you what it looks like. Overtime, Dan.
Yeah, certainly looking like it could be. And that's a good defense from Fruit Cup, so it's even looking that way more. I don't know about that sentence. Sometimes the sentences don't work out, and
indeed,
you know, it's just got to roll with the punches.
Yeah, getting info will probably have to roll with the punches of overtime in this first map. At least that's their worst case scenario, getting broken in that final round. So had it happened earlier, then who knows? But there's more play to be had on this one.
Indeed, yeah. It's hard to know, which way this is going to go at this point. Any recap for you or anything worth pointing out, Dust? Now that we've hit 12-12.
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things that Boss really struggled with that allowed this comeback to happen was that they were just unable to really find a way to use their aggression at middle or like forward positions on A ramp or things of that nature to actually get kills and get them advantages. But there towards the end, you saw Slight's op be able to come alive and actually, you know, get aggressive in middle, get picks at underpass, you know, get this dynamic opping that's oh so important for a map like this going. So if you can keep that up, they have a chance to still fight for this map.
I think that might have been the bomb carrier he saw on the radar, although I don't know how overly aggressive they want to be here, but indeed, maybe Slight has come to life in general for this map now. Double AWPs in this first round of overtime. That's a nasty surprise. Marky caught lurking towards that B area. Now leave all 4 in their mid position for getting info, which can be difficult from a T perspective. We can see B was creeping through the apartments to get info. And that might allow Benleet to reposition with that AWP. Oh, Slight, that's the swing and a miss that we saw him do over towards CT on A earlier on as well. That leaves the T's in a 4-on-3, and they've maybe found a way to open up this A bomb site. Certainly have, as Darty is dropped in CT. They've completed all their tasks in that respect. But yeah, those up close flicks, Slight is not having a good day in the office with those. A 2K around that jungle position cripples this round for Boss, just when it was starting to look good.
Might be one of those for getting info where, you know, it's a struggle through regulation and then it's a quick overtime victory. We'll have to see. That was a decisive round. Well played by them, and it's been interesting to see the struggles for both teams on Mirage. I feel like it looks uncomfortable for both teams in a lot of different instances. And getting info, you know, they're going to be up against a double AWP this time. So that's an interesting look. I don't think we've really seen this from Boss too much. So let's see. Benleet's going to be on the AWP. He's going to be maybe receiving this B pop. So that's one of the AWPs.
Yeah, he dropped Marky with the AWP in the last round. Now, is he going to do it again? Yes, he is. 2 for 2 against Marky. Now, this is not a scenario where you really want to reaggress without big flashes. It's a very tough position to deal with. I mean, you can deploy some util, which will also slow you down. So if you're standing on the van, that's a really good flash to flash you. I didn't expect it to flash him in that position, but how wrong was I? Back he goes though, and you kind of need to force him off that position to have the threat of a B play, whether you're going B or not. And I think that's maybe in part of the goal here. Shane continuing to entertain as the T's have presence in mid. Oh, how does Slump get away with that one? The sound cues. Fruit Cup had the visualization. Darty will pick up the slack, and that's the bomb carrier, giving no Fs whatsoever. Swing and a hit. Darty dropped 3-on-3, 38 seconds.
Yeah, we've got teammates for getting info coming through piece 1 as well. 2 players to try to make this one look good. Stab! Oh no! There's nowhere to plant basically. The coverage from CD spawn too. No options at all. And this labored spray is not going to find all that much. But the HE is going to do what it needed to do, finishing off Slights. But is there a way to plant this bomb here for Shane? This is looking highly precarious. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Ben's going to be coming straight up from the stage. Yes! Oh, can you imagine? Imagine if Shane gets a fast headshot there. Maybe off that whiff, it's all on. But Boss, they will pick up the defuse, tying it up here, 13-13.
He got so many bullets off at B Wills also. It is tense territory. Man, that is absolutely crazy. This peak from Snav with the bomb as well, like, you really have to believe in yourself when you're carrying the bomb. That was a very fast shot from Benleet. Crazy stuff here on Mirage. Nothing separating the teams for the moment. Although a second CT round here might be huge the way things have gone.
Feeling that A-Ram presence again, potentially. The setup for getting info. Looking for another pop. They've definitely had a lot of success from these pops. But it feels like, Boss, with 4 players on the A site, are going to be in a good position to defend this, especially with all the util that they have left at this point. I don't know. This is going to be an exec. Again, James, these execs have been pretty solid for getting info, but
I think the CTs are in better spots now because we've seen so many rounds where they've been bunched up around jungle connector, smokes come up, and they can't really do anything. It's just Slight in that position. I mean, you might want your AWP in CT as a more commonly rotate. God, these nades coming up Palace are quite frustrating as well. Maybe some hesitation here from getting info, but once the AKs start rattling off, they often find a lot of success. But the CTs are going 1-for-1 for the most part. Oh, Slight is just missing too many shots here when it really matters, which leaves B-Will alone in that jungle position to try and find a 1 versus 3. So many personnel, but still not enough to solve the problem. Wonderful grenades coming through. Can B-Wills find a target? Can he isolate these fights? He does have a kit. Surely he goes to the point of no return and then 2 or 3 players peek him. Time is ticking. He's got to find some headshots soon. It's all taking too long. Getting info are denying opportunity. B-Wills is left to be victimized in connector.
I love that discipline. They gave him nothing.
Just so hard to stop the T's up that ramp. Even with more players on the bomb site beyond the smoke executes. Just not happening. I feel like it's been a frustrating CT half for Slight with important frags being missed. But the ink is dry on that half. Over to the T side now, and let's see if they can find the same success that getting info had.
Yeah, I mean, it's starting to look more comfortable for getting info for sure. And Slump is going to be pushing with the support of Shane there. That very close setup. Again, these setups can be really good for the CTs if you find good timings on it. What a shot, though! Flick from Snav is lightning fast. And 3 players are left for boss now. They got to find a way to get back into this one. But like, he wants to get in with a peek, but he's being denied by the incendiary.
They've lost the bomb.
What do they do?
Yeah, like he has to go and get that objective. Elite will try to create some space in the meantime, but he'll be traded by the greater numbers of the CTs, and there's Slight on the T side, the battle sniper. But he can't find a bomb in the smoke just yet. And more CTs are rotating over. I'm sure they will assume that bomb has been secured, and I'm sure that it soon will be. You can see Dia trying to keep an eye on a rotation as Snav and Marquis can focus on CT. Retake territory then for getting info. 48 seconds on the clock, and we'll see how far Dia chooses to go. There's not that much time for rotation, so I wouldn't be surprised if he continues to push, unless he's just waiting for a call to rotate towards connector. 30 seconds remain. Now, boss know these CTs are here somewhere. Snav punished for peeking. But will they expect Marquis as well? Oh, it's getting even more difficult. Now it's B-Will's down to 11 HP. He's in the clutch. 1v1. I think the call might have been made that he's low as the USP comes out, and that will be plenty for Dia to secure a 15th round.
Yeah, well played by Marquis right there. Not sure what he's looking at exactly there. But hey, 15-13, getting info. One away now from winning this one. We'll see if they can do it. Much better performance here from them going into this overtime. Again, it looks like they found some comfort. Some shots like this are definitely going to be helping, though. That was a fantastic flick from Snav, and that opened it up. If he misses that, I don't think Fruit Cup is getting more than one.
Very important call that he's low there. Very important call. Big pressure for boss then. I think going into a best of 5, if they lose this map with the lead they had, it's going to be hard to put behind you. Every team has lost the lead before. You never master dealing with it.
Util exchange. They know there's players occupying apartments, it seems. Yeah, the problem is for Boss, though, if they don't want to waste too much time in the apps and get slowed down. So they're waiting for those cat players to get into position so they can split the B site. And in fact, it might work out quite nicely here because getting info don't have any info on what's happening right now. Marky looking to turn and find frags, but it's just not enough, really. We'll see, though. Is there something to be found from the kitchen window in this elevated position for Snav? Will he be given anything? There's no more smokes now. So this window will continue to stay open.
The timing. Fruit Cup just showing some flesh once CT's come off the angle, but they have seen some rotation. They're just being teased. However, around the corner from short is Slump. Was Slump. History now. He did not last long at all. Low health player Darty's been boosted on default. Just waiting for a mistake to be made. There are kits for both these players if they can just find the frags, but they are not able to do so. No opportunities for Snav. A good hold from Boss. They passed the first test. Make it to 14.
Yeah, one more to get another overtime. But getting info in a position to lock it away to win just one as well. So we'll see if there's any shenanigans here. You know, both teams have been pretty good about mixing things up on the T side, staying somewhat unpredictable. And for the CTs, I feel like that makes it feel kind of scary to do those mid pushes, because if the other team decides to pop one of the sides and you have like a 3-man setup in mid early, you just lose a side immediately. So it's kind of risky in that respect, unless you feel fairly confident that the T side is going to have a mid-centric default. Double ops been working out for getting info on the CT side, and they're going to choose to continue with that.
Yeah, Snav is looking good. Unsurprisingly, with the AWP. It's a nice tool to have in your tool shed. So we can see the bomb committed to ramp with the second play up. It's quite telling as to their intentions. Might be a fast one from Boss. What does this HE look like? It looks all right. Now we've got Marky emerging from that short position, although Slight might be looking for him. Marky will indeed be dropped by Slight, which will weaken the defenses as far as this split. But have a look at these frags from the CT. Slump and Snav coming through to make it a 3-on-3 as Slump is traded by B, while Snav's just waiting for someone to go up one too many stairs. He has got a pick. Good timing. Oh, he was so close there. Somehow escapes with his life. Nervous territory for both squads. There's a minute on the clock, but we're all here on this A bomb site. Who makes the first move? The dry peek from Shane is punished, and Snav is not far behind. Looks like we may be going a bit further on this first game of Mirage. Here with 20 HP, 1 versus 3. 15 apiece.
That's a wrap. Yeah, another overtime here. I mean, Dust, are you seeing any edges starting to form for either of these teams? You know, we're going into overtime number 2, and things start to get a bit weird when you get into overtimes, because everyone's run their playbook for the most part, and all the timings get weird. So, what should we expect now?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's really more about just like mental composure now. Like, you're in a best of 5, you know it's going to be a marathon. You're already in a map 1 that has gone this long. It's just about being able to refocus and try to see if there's something new you can throw into the mix that you haven't shown your opponent yet. But ultimately, this is going to come down to one of these teams on the CT side is going to need to figure out something, whether it be better coordinated retakes or finding a way to make the most of some aggression. I'm also surprised that Snav is the second op instead of Slump, with Slump having a history as a primary opper. So that's been something that's been kind of curious to me as well this half.
Also, good call out. Looks like T-Ram's going to get challenged there. Fruit Cup's going straight onto the box and straight into a kill. Nice opening there for Boss early on Mirage, but there's the answer from Snav.
We've got a mega rotation coming, and the CTs are full committing this, but is there an opportunity for this bomb to rotate? We see Slight falling back towards the ramp. We see Bentley going towards B to see what the climate is there, and he will have all these choke points. He doesn't know if anybody's in the apartments, and then indeed that bomb is able to disconnect and start rotating. But the CTs are wondering also. They can wonder, but they have to accept that their positions have all been compromised towards that B bomb site. Good presence of mind from Boss, although the job is not done yet. And if that retake comes through, Darty's position is going to be really crucial. You can see him maybe looking to flank a rotation, but there are 4 CTs for Darty and Benleet to deal with as that bomb is planted on B.
Oh, unfortunate for Snav, getting caught in the back. Nice lurking here from Darty. Such a problem when there's a player just nipping at your heels when you're trying to do a retake. Getting info. I mean, what do they have here? Shane is going to be forced to just try to shove the site. Benleet in a B position. 2 angles opened up, and it's now Marquis with all to do. Benleet is really, really quick to that one. And that's another round here for Boss. Opening up on the second overtime with the first round.
Shows good comms, because that was a really big rotation with the bomb at Tetris, basically. Good presence of mind. And we, I spoke about getting info yesterday, going to those mid to late round calls where they've got the presence of mind. They still have the big picture in their mind. And we just saw an example of that from Boss as well, outmaneuvering, getting info in the late game to retake the lead. 3 ops on a server once again.
Yeah, looking to hold it down here on B once again as Boss marching through the apartments. Benleet with the late push up the short position, 1v1, and that's a beautiful punish onto Dia. Really important kill, but still though, CT's looking to hold onto the site. Still on the site as the T's try to push them off, and it's seemingly very challenging to do so. 3 players still up here for getting info on the rotation now. 2 players now on the site, and Boss are frozen in place. Slight now starting to edge forward here, looking for an opening, but it's B wills to find one. And I don't know that they know about the player that's deep in the site still. Shane, indeed, coming in from the back here, unbeknownst to Slump, or rather Slight. And both players now with full information, but it's the clock that's against the T. B Wills has to make the play. He's also got the health disadvantage here. This is very awkward on top of the van. Shane, here's the drop down, all the information. He can see legs too. He's got all the advantages. Great shot there, finding the head. And that's going to be getting info, winning off the back of Shane's clutch.
That was so clean, that burst. Not easy to do. Very, very tense stuff. That was a nice burst as well. God, these close-up AWPs sometimes a problem for Dia as well. The pace too quick from Boss, but despite that, again, Shane's reposition as that smoke was up. I think his teammate was behind him, getting barbecued behind the empty corner, and then eventually fragged, and maybe that gave him the space to reposition behind that smoke. Teammates falling around him, but he was just silent and waiting for his moment, waiting for those impact frags to come through. But that was a big ask in that last duel, and a great delivery to tie the score once again.
It's interesting too, because that was such a swingy round for both teams. It took a long time for getting info, or rather for Boss to get onto the site, and getting info looked really good with getting a full rotation through kitchen onto the site. That's usually a super strong sign for the CTs that they would win the round. And then finally, Boss get another couple kills. It's just so much back and forth. It's really hard to predict off of how the play goes when we get into the clutch. So we'll see if the difference can be made here in the second overtime. So 16-16. What is the thing to separate these two? So move back into mid for Boss.
See if Snav goes aggressive a little deeper in B apartments. Great position by Dia. Sends Slight to sleep. Not the most comfortable spot. Fruit Cup waiting for his time on that ramp. Benleet collecting the bomb. He'll head towards Fruit Cup's position. Marky just waiting in CT spawn as the CTs, while they've got 5 players, they They don't know if a B split is coming or an A split, and that is the problem. There are footsteps though on the ramp, and that might be very important indeed. Fruit Cup dropped. Dia has to concede his position on connector. Snav wondering if there is a lurker, but there are only 3 players remaining. Let's not forget that rotation we saw in rounds earlier might play into his mind as the frags come through from Darty and B-Wills on this A bomb site. The AKs looking to ravage, but have a look at that, stereo frags towards the end. The bomb carrier dropped through the smoke, and more dropped on the bomb site itself as Getting Info take a thin lead as we swap sides.
A thin lead indeed. Is it enough, Dust?
In a game where CT rounds have been the hot commodity, you know, obviously both teams getting 9 rounds on the T side in regulation, and even OT kind of leaning more towards the T side. It is rounds like this that can make the world of difference. And shout out to Shane. A couple of really tight moments there where he came up big in those final 2 round victories with some multi-kills. You know, won that clutch, obviously, on the B-bomb site, and then was in a tight spot there at Tetris and came up with a couple of big kills as well to hold the A site. So always good to see someone come alive in a big moment.
Here. And we're back on the double AWP for Boss on the CT defense.
Boss.
It feels like double AWP is really nice to catch, to just catch these individuals, especially when things get a bit crazy in the overtimes.
It's good. It's just good to get, like, both teams have been getting that man on the balcony over towards B, just getting a little deeper sometimes. Not here, but a little further. Just to get that angle deeper into the apartment, which just allows you to reposition a second man towards B if you have one. Maybe a bit closer towards short, or maybe even daring to go towards A, depending on your info in mid. Boss with the heavy numbers towards that A bomb site. Great snap from Fruit Cup. Is there another lurker though? Dia full blind, 30 full dead. Darty, sorry, 4 on 4. 50 seconds on the clock, and we see Marky lurking in mid, but he's got people coming his way. B-Wills will be dropped by Marky as the T's will show strength once again. Ben Leeton Slight. What do they have left? The 2 AWPs will find a USP kill. As down goes Slight. He must be hating those angles by now, because I don't think I've seen him hit one. Benley, 2 HP. 1v3 made 2. Shane and Slump remain. He's got a smoke. But more importantly, he's got an AWP. No one's showing just yet, as they will want to trade. Can he find an angle, though? He can't on this occasion. The T rounds continue as Getting Info find themselves on 18.
One more for Getting Info. We'll see if they can do it. And yeah, there you go. Adust is right. These T rounds seem to be becoming a little bit easier for these teams. And there's not the money for the double AWP setup, I don't think, for Boss. Either way, they, you know, I think will probably be best served to mix things up a little bit. Snav on the AWP with Dia. Been doing a good job. Moving into mid real fast for that peak. And he finds it. That AWP indeed is paying dividends for Snav. And look at the aggression in response from the CTs. Boss are not having it.
Snav is trying to escape. He will just about not make it around the corner. Slight posted up, sees many assailants coming towards that B bomb site. He's got to commit now. They're lining up for him. He's missing so many shots. It's brutal to watch. 4 on 3. They somehow still have the advantage, and they will continue to trade as well. 4 on 3 now, 3 on 2. As Dia is dropped, and that leaves Slump in a 1 versus 2 to take the game, but not on this occasion. There's still time for Slight to properly come alive, as his team will survive this one.
Wow. I mean, if you like from a Slight's POV, it feels like they're getting wrecked in the round just because you often, as an AWPer, don't get the opportunity to miss shots when the T's are fast on coming to a site like this. But his teammates are certainly picking it up where he was dropping it. So Boss looking to force a third overtime. Hey, this is just map 1. It's a best of 5. Oh my god, we're going to run out of codes. We're going to run out of secret codes. We have to make up more
Oh my
food.
god, double up on the T side. Are we in Brazil? This is the Brazilian special.
Wow. Just the answer is more AWPs.
Maybe there's a rifle in T spawn. I would certainly hope so. Double up on T side is always crazy work and often a bad idea. So Dia is rotating. There is an AK. There we go. All is well. Doing it properly. If you've got a spawn to take, then take it.
We'll see if this big push into the A site is going to work out for getting info. I mean, that deep position for Darty, this is a bit scary. Well, Shane, has he been playing enough refrag here? Oh, he's not going to be clearing that one. Really nice angle from Darty. And that's great. That's going to create problems here because you know, as a tease, you're still going to go for this A play, but you do not have control of Palace. This is really bad. Slight
we are never going to leave Mirage, Dan. We are never going to leave Mirage. Yeah. 5 on 3, 500 HP boss versus what remains of getting info. Darty looks to force an opportunity to plant the bomb. If they can drop Slight in CT, then maybe they have a chance, but they also need to cross. Fruit Cup goes down. Slight will be traded. Now there's an opportunity to plant the bomb. We're down to a 2-on-2. Getting info could take this map if they can solve this problem.
Oh, that HE could be huge. Oh my goodness. Down to 9 HP, Slump by the fireboxes. Everyone's got to stay low here because CTs can't get enough elevation for those headshots. Around the side goes Ben Lee. Will they understand that Slump is also in this position? Oh, the oldest trick in the book. And they don't know. Slump just has to play it perfectly, and he does. That is fantastic for getting info. And we have found a way to leave Mirage, getting info, picking it up. We did not need the third overtime after all.
Wow. It's a great way for a team called Getting Info to finish a series as well. With the trigger discipline on the bomb diffuser and a quick snap on the second player as well. We got there in the end, Dust, hey?
Indeed. I mean, there was so much that happened with that many rounds played that it's really kind of hard to pinpoint much of anything. I mean, obviously both teams struggled defensively. You know, both teams just kind of playing the Mirage we expect to see in an ACS. Just very brawly, very fast paced, you know, either going for like your heavy mid aggression or, you know, going for your heavy side executes. And then it just comes down to those critical late round moments on whether or not the retake can come through or not. And more than often it didn't. I don't think either team really felt comfortable on the CT side of this map, which is kind of surprising because Boss has played a lot of Mirage and it's looked pretty sharp on it for the most part throughout the course of these last few months, but really did not show up here today. Getting info, this is a big win for them because obviously puts you up one map in the series, but it's against your opponent's top pick. This is the map they felt the best on. That's why they prioritized it to be the first map in the series. So to be able to steal that away, how labored it was, doesn't really matter. It's still a big victory to get, and now you get to go into your pick overpass already a point on the board, and feeling pretty good. I mean, what a great clutch by Slump to finish things off. I mean, that was absolutely massive. And also, shout out to Shane. He had 2 really big rounds on that last CT half they played to put them in a winning position. So, you know, that's what you need most in overtimes. I think, you know, most strats and tactics kind of go out the window, and so they just come down to like really key mid-round decision-making moments or someone making big plays, and Shane and Slump were able to really connect on those last 2 OT halves.
Yeah, that's a great call out. And with Overpass coming up next, it's going to be interesting because, you know, Overpass, I think we already highlighted this. It is a very technical map in how you're supposed to play it, and you can get really punished for all of the holes you may leave if you don't know how to play it very well on the util and the spacing and just all of the rest. So it's going to be interesting to see what that dynamic looks like for these 2 teams and how much emphasis has gone into it in terms of practice. But as that one went on for so long, we'll move to break fairly quickly. But I want to give you a chance, James, if you want to add any thoughts as a wrap-up for Mirage.
I think Getting Info, let's not forget how cold their start was at the beginning of this series. It was quite underwhelming, quite deflating. For them to come back, I think they will be galvanized, and Boss will surely be unhappy moving into that second series. But I think both teams showed that their mid to late round is very, very capable. And I think Overpass is a great battleground to show that properly.
All right, well, I'm going to leave you guys with another code if you feel like you've earned it.
Oh, let me get, okay, hold on.
All right.
What cuisine will it be this time?
It's going to be Steak 789.
All right.
So we got Steak 789. All right, so that's the code. If you don't know what the hell I'm talking about, click the pinned link in the main Twitch channel's chat, and you can enter that code we'll have multiple entries for the giveaways that we have running today, courtesy of ASUS and Intel. So we'll see you after the break for map 2 of this best of 5 overpasses coming up between Getting Info and Boss. We'll see you very shortly for that. Welcome back to the Night Shift Counter-Strike Invitational presented by ASUS and Intel. We're about to kick off map 2. It's going to be overpass between Boss and Getting Info. Getting Info picked up map 1, so all they have to do is win 2 more maps in a row, and they will win $10,000. And Boss will win nothing. That's how we roll here. You win or you lose.
You get paid exposure like old school esports. Oh, man. Yeah, I mean, Overpass should be interesting. I mean, obviously, this is the initial map pick in the best of 5 from Getting Info, and I would say their Overpass has been pretty solid. Their overall record isn't great, but they have lost multiple times to M80, who's been dominating everyone on Overpass in North America, but they've traded some games with Wildcard. They've beaten Energy. Like, they've looked pretty good on Overpass results-wise, whereas on the other side of things, it's been a rough map for Boss. 1-4 record. Most of their losses are pretty lopsided. So definitely you would get the edge of Getting Info going into this. And also, I think it was big for Getting Info to win that first map, and to do it after all the extra overtimes and things of that nature. You have to wonder, how much does that crack Boss's mental coming into this, with Getting Info already being kind of the favorite overall, and certainly the favorite on a map like Overpass, if you take into account, recent results, things of that nature.
I think we're going to see... Okay, so I'm not familiar with Boss on Overpass, obviously, but I think that we're going to see a better individual performance. Like, especially looking at Slight, there were a lot of awkward scenarios where I feel like, every AWP has got like their best range and their weakest range in terms of how far away their opponent is, their flicks and so on. And it seems that point blank today might not be the best range for him, but I feel like it's going to be a much better opportunity for him to have medium to longer range duels, which I would imagine he'll be a lot more impactful with. So even though it might not be their best map, we might see a better performance. I think there were, I'm definitely not finger pointing and saying, it's his fault he didn't win or something, but I think there's maybe going to be more opportunity for him to be more impactful in some rounds on Overpass than what we just saw on Mirage. So I think there may be pros and cons here for the Boss squad. So I wouldn't count them out. I think Overpass is a map, especially on a CT side, where AWPers can take over. So I would like to see that from both squads. I like me some AWPing. We'll see if he's able to do that.
Yeah, I think it also just comes down to, in a map like this, it's like, how many T rounds can you really get? I mean, this is one of the more CT-sided maps that we have in a game that's already trending more CT-sided with the economy changes we had not so long ago. And so the T rounds on this map, I think, will be more the commodity as opposed to, Mirage, where it was really the CT rounds that really meant a lot in the end. And who's better prepared to try to take over those moments? That's where like the T-side pistol becomes more important for that reason, to get yourself set up early, get those early rounds, because the good rounds are going to be difficult to figure out. And just who has like the better prepared ability to control the map, what type of executes do you have in your locker to just kind of get those key T rounds. That's going to be really the difference maker on a map like this for sure. And you're right, CT opping is also massive.
Do you want some Overpass trivia, Dust?
Go on.
Do you know who made the monster smoke?
Who made the monster smoke?
Who first created the monster smoke that every team throws?
Which one? The CT one that is off like the
CT
train tracks?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna guess you because I feel like you're being cheeky at this point.
Yeah. Damn right, it was me.
I swear, you and Anders are both the worst for like, oh, I found this smoke and everyone uses it now. Like just beating his chest so much.
That's the most fundamental smoke. So, well done me.
Well done me. Sean Gares learned all of his smoke lineups from my YouTube channel, and then they went on to place top 4 at the first ever CSGO major. So,
I guess. Well done you as well.
Exactly.
There's room for you. There's room for you in this self-glazing moment before we start the match. So, well done. I figured
I had to. I appreciate it. He admitted it in an interview as well. So, I mean, the record's out there.
Nice. Well, I don't have anything to contribute to this.
Now I'm out of that scene now. I retired after that. I was like, that's good enough for me. Now I focus on other things.
I rather than make nade videos now, like if I see some good nades or a nice play or a nice setup, I will just like post a clip of it with no description or anything. Just you can either absorb it, or if you don't understand it, it's probably not for you. So I just put it out there. I'm gonna do one. I think some of my biggest videos are crazy stuff that JW has done over the years, like dropping a HE and then peeking behind it and spraying like long doors on A, like pre-firing it, stuff like that. And he got a crazy ace Mirage recently. Yeah, he's still out there doing work with Eyeballers.
Yeah, Eyeballers,
so.
wild. Yeah, didn't they like mess some people up at was it like the Draculane or some type of thing that was going on this week? They had a couple of surprising results, I think it was.
Yeah, indeed they did. You know, last time I saw JW, I said to him, I want an Eyeballers shirt, and he said to me, if you get me a watch with a duck on it, I'll give you an Eyeballers shirt. And guess what? I already had a watch with a duck on it, and it had a knife and fork as the hand for some reason. So I want my shirt. I don't have my shirt yet, although I haven't given him the watch yet. But you know, I want my Eyeballers.
I feel like that's an important part of the transaction. But it's actually funny because Eyeballers, people might not know, is an extraordinarily old school team in terms of at least like the name and the brand and everything. And it was like it's one of the best Swedish teams back in like the mega early days. Like, I don't know if it's like 98, 99, but definitely like 2000, 2001, 2002 days. I remember playing against them in Quake, and they were like one of the household Swedish teams. And so it's really cool when I like saw that they brought that back, because it's an old school household Swedish name. So it's really sick. And we like, I would say the equivalent for the UK people would be like Four Kings or something, like somewhat equivalent. So, but we don't have Four Kings back. I don't know why. Someone needs to buy it.
Heritage is important.
It is, like the history is. That's why this complexity thing is really sad. And I hope that they can make a comeback into CS, because it's the same way. They are one of those also like that old school brands.
Yeah, I want someone to buy CPL and bring that back.
I
know they've got outstanding prize money. Yeah, just like you could do. There are so many things you could do with CPL. You could do a tier 2 league. You could do a regional league in anywhere. You could do lots of things with CPL. You just need to like get it.
I played in a CPL. I played in a CPL Singapore.
They had a great logo. Yeah. I think their logo is fantastic. Up there with the MLG logo. Bring
it's
back
cool
CPL,
too, because
that's
the C stands for cyber athlete.
Yeah, I like that. It's very clear. Like it's easy to absorb. Maybe I'll go and buy it.
Yeah, I mean, we should.
I feel like that brand has very little value now. I feel like I'm just gonna.
Yeah, I'll buy it for £1. I'll buy it for £1.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, something like that would be fun. I think bringing back the MLG brand would be way more valuable than the CPL brand at this point.
CPL brand is law. Although I'd buy it and be like, I bought it for £1, and people are like, where's my prize money? I'd be like, come on, man, I just bought it for £1. Like,
just the maps would be nice to have, honestly. Like bringing back Mill or something like that, you know?
Yeah, maybe Valve should buy CPL then. Then they can bring the maps back.
They did buy Cash, so they could buy more maps. It is very true. Yes.
What do you think's happening with Cash? They bought Cash, but then. I mean, I didn't like what he did.
It had a lot of performance issues.
Yeah. He goes a bit crazy with optimization in ways which some people might deem unnecessary.
I feel like
and require like really big, like gigabytes of maps and so on.
Yeah, I feel like it could probably come in like next rotation if they can optimize the map a little bit better. I don't know if they
would you remove.
I mean, I feel like at this point it's either going to be Inferno or Mirage. Like
you can't
just
remove
because.
Mirage.
Well, you say that, but it's just been around for so long. I think even if you don't change it, they could give it some type of like aesthetic facelift, like they did with Inferno and Overpass coming in the CS2. I think at the very least you could use that.
You can't remove it though, because
why?
Because it is picked 30. Like I think the Faceit put their recent stats out, and it's picked like 30% of the time. So if you stop the casual user base from playing the game, then your game dies. That's why they can't remove Mirage.
I guess I see your logic, but
yeah, you can't. So you can't remove it.
I just think it'd be nice to see it get like some type of visual facelift or something like that, similar to what they did with Inferno and Overpass.
Where everyone hates Inferno now.
Yeah, I mean, I think Inferno's probably the prime target if I had to pick one. That's probably the one that does it. So Inferno for Cash, but I feel like you already have maps that kind of like I feel like Ancient to a degree almost plays similarly to Cash. Although I think Cash is a little more dynamic. I think there's more opportunity for CT aggression besides just middle on a map like Cash compared to Ancient. But either way, it would be cool to see it come back into the pool. I know a lot of people will say that like, oh, I'd rather just see brand new maps, not like recycled maps. But for a lot of people, they've never played it, right? Like if you just come into Counter-Strike within like the last, I don't know, like how long has it been since Cash has been in the competitive map pool? It's been many years, I feel like, at this point.
Yeah. Train's almost a new map.
Yeah, I mean, Train is virtually, yeah, absolutely. And I think that there probably still could be some work done on that map, to be quite honest. But yeah, it would be cool to see Cash make a return.
I look at Train.
I'm on board.
I look at Train, I look at older versions of Train and like the iconic moments on those maps, and I look at the A bomb site and I think to myself, what is possible on this map that would be iconic? And I feel like it just isn't it. Like, what is the peak of this bomb site? And I don't think good things about it. It's weird.
Yeah, I mean, from a visual perspective, it was a cool overhaul in that regard, but I feel like they almost cooked a little bit too much on actually changing the overall lay of the land. Like, I think Inner is mostly fine as is. Like, I don't really feel like they need to do anything there, but I do still feel like Ivy's kind of weird. Like, it still feels a little bit claustrophobic and not as useful to take as it used to be for T's. And yeah, I think Pop could also be streamlined a little bit. It's kind of like a weird winding hallway that I feel like could be short. I'm glad the ladder's gone. Like, I think the whole like trickery with like coming down the ladder and all the different like gimmicks you could do with that back in the day were kind of lame, honestly. So I'm glad they got away from that. Even though I guess ladder room is technically pretty iconic, like even dating back to 1.6, there was a ladder there, obviously.
It was kind of solved. Like, the position was solved.
Yeah.
The utility, Molotovs especially, you can just force everybody out. So that like the position had, unless you changed it somehow, it had all the development it was ever going to have, I think.
Yeah.
Which is one thing that developers don't want, is they don't want if your game is solved, then your game is stale. So I think that's partly maybe why they changed that part. But yeah, I'm not against that bit.
Yeah.
But indeed, the swing of power, like Ivy was maybe the hardest position to play, or the most important position to play on CT on older versions of Train, and now I think the focus is more towards a main. Maybe.
Like, you might have like a lot of teams just kind of post their operator to kind of check it every now and then, but they're still mostly focused on just defending outer. Then you kind of have like one guy who might float between kind of playing outer and Ivy. And like triple Ivy takes on T side used to be super common in CSGO in particular. And now, like, I just feel like it's not as important for teams to take Ivy. Like, you're seeing it a little bit more. Like, I feel like teams are starting to implement that a little bit more. And they did kind of change Ivy a little bit since the original release. I think more could still be kind of done in that area to really open it up a little bit more. But yeah, going back to the original question, Cash coming back would be cool, and I do think Infro is probably the main target. I'd also here's like another thing for a soapbox moment. I just wish Valve would like come down and just say, we're going to announce the map pool for the next season at the major, and just line it all up. Like, just make it to where every season we have a different map pool. Whether you want to only swap one map, whether you want to swap two maps, I'd even be open to that, honestly. Like, a 2-map swap would be kind of spicy to really differentiate the 2 seasons a year. But just make sure you do it at, like, imagine how kick-ass it would be, like, before the grand finals of a major, that, hey, next season, this is going to be the map pool, and you, like, show off the 1 or 2 new maps you're going to bring into the pool and how that's going to change things. And that gives teams, like, more opportunity to prepare, because it was really awkward, wasn't it? Like, coming into this second season of 2025, and we didn't really 100% know, like, what was going on with the map pool until, like, a week before the first big tournament in Cologne. Like, I don't know. I hope they at least figure that part out.
I think if you're rotating in an older map that doesn't have too many dramatic changes, like Overpass in this instance, then I think you have the space to rotate 2 maps at once. Where, if you look at like how the new Inferno was, especially the A-bomb site when it was first introduced, those first screens we saw of it versus how it is now, it's had a lot of changes. So I don't think you can do 2 remakes and put them both in at the same time, because they're probably going to be crap. By many measures, or broken, and I need fixing and data. But I think if you like reintroduce a map, but you also introduce a heavily edited version of a map or whatever, I think there's room for that, especially when you've got stuff like Vertigo in there. That you have
Please never
the
come
space
back. Please
to do
never
that.
come back. Please never come back, Vertigo.
Yeah, I wasn't a huge fan. Gus, don't you have like a round that you can go over from the Mirage game whilst we're waiting for the PC issues?
If we want to, we can. Yeah. I mean, I feel like it was a round that was actually one of the more critical ones. So we can do that if they want. It's up to them.
Let's see, Solomon, if you got that ready on the queue, we can punch that in for Dust. But
if not,
is it Solomon Grundy from Batman?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Yeah, looking for the round replay.
Here we go. Let's do a Mirage. There's a lot of Mirage, right? We saw a lot of Mirage today, but we'll give it one last goodbye, I guess you could say, with this clip before we get into overpasses. We're just kind of buying some time as the players are kind of getting some situations sorted out. Apparently, there's rumors that Benleet may have figured out his computer issue, and so we may not have any more Benleet crashes, which would be incredible, really. But I just wanted to highlight this round because this is such a missed opportunity for Boss. Like, CT rounds were hard to come by. You have 3 guys on the A site, and you have a guy in connector for a quick rotation to add a 4th defender. And Darty is dodging all this utility on top of the balcony. And they are in pretty good positions to defend an A take. And again, when CT rounds were so hard to come by on this game, this is the kind of rounds that you needed to win in overtime to have a chance to come out on top. And getting info, just being able to brute force their way through this 4-man defensive setup on the A bomb site was pretty wild. I mean, Fruit Cup tried his hardest, got one, just a couple of trades here and there, but just completely overwhelmed by Pushman getting info. And I feel like this was actually the round that ended the game for me. Like, this is one of the ones that really felt like put getting info on top.
Yeah, that swing from Tetris to the player above Shadow for the T side, unchallenged, was, I mean, it was a good use of util, but brutal from the CT perspective, just to swing there, because they tried to give him cover, but it just ultimately did not work out for them.
Yeah, I felt like it was this round, the slump 1v2 clutch to end the game, obviously, and then the 2 rounds that Shane had holding the clutch on B, and then the hold on A site. Those were like the 3 critical moments that won getting info Mirage, in my opinion. But now Mirage is gone.
It is gone
for today.
And you guys like really made me want to see Cash come back. We had so many iconic games on Cash. This was a really good map. It's a great. One of the reasons why Cash was a great map is because similar to Mirage, the CDs have a lot of options to get aggressive. And also, you don't need that on every map. Like, one reason why Train is kind of cool is because it's harder to find those CT aggressions, and the architecture is a little bit different. You don't need to have on every map. But I feel like Cash was just like, this is a classic map for that. That was really nice. So I would love to see Cash coming back in. But I'm also a bit of a stand for CPL Fire or
oh Lord,
maybe we should get that in there.
One of these
I'm a little
guys.
afraid. I'm a little afraid with the whole Cash thing. When FMPone released the map, I went on the map and tried to remember all the lineups and so on, and they all still work. But I feel like once Valve go through it, I think they are of the. I think they lean towards change for the sake of change, and I feel like it more often goes wrong than otherwise. And you need to stop a map from being stale, like for the pros and so on. But we have such a new generation of players with the the increase of players we've had from CS. Let's not forget, lots of people went towards Valorant and whatever else moves on with their lives. I don't know. There's a lot of new players here, so I think that there's a lot of freshness for a Cash to have. But I'm just scared that maybe the magic of the map will be broken if they try to do too much of it. Like, oh, what if we, what if we did this? What if we moved the door on the A bomb site to the other corner, or whatever they might have in mind? I just hope that the magic of the map is not lost in whatever their ethos is when they're redesigning a new map. Like, I think maybe you could have these plans in mind. I mean, with all these implementations with Inferno and so on, they're going to be learning lessons. Like, Inferno had way too much detail. I feel like when Inferno came out, it was designed by people who design maps in one-player campaign games, which is a very different environment to something like Counter-Strike. But I think they've definitely learned lessons in the changes with Inferno that we've seen over time. So I'm hoping that those lessons can be applied in their approach to Cash before they start tinkering with it. And hopefully at the other end, we come out with a better result than we otherwise would have had those lessons not been learned already. That's what I'm hoping for. I really don't want to see a version of Cash that we end up disappointed with, like we currently, many people are with Inferno at the moment.
I mean, there's something good. I feel like there's so much good stuff that's been tried in the past that is just like a wealth of things we could go back to. When I said CPL Fire, I actually meant CPL Mill Dust. I don't know if that wins any more points in your books.
That makes it more helpful, yeah.
Yeah, CPL
there's always a battle between Mill and Tuscan, and like which one people prefer or whatever the case may be. And I know Tuscan probably got teased like I don't even know how many times throughout CSGO's history and never actually happened.
Yeah, dude.
But that would be another. I mean, that's another map that would be a lot of fun to bring into the pool. But I think again, a map like Cash would serve a similar role to a map like that as far as how it's set up and stuff. So
what was that source map with the with like the underground like water channel
Contra.
that you go in? Contra was awesome too. And that was like
Contra was a fun source map, but I think people would lose their minds in CS2 because like the sewer fast rotation that CTs could do, or Ts like just bunny hopping through like the running water and just traversing the map like so quickly. I think it would just be like a very weird mechanic that would just be like people would lose their minds over that. I feel like they'd be like, what is this?
Better that than Season. When Season came into CS, it's like, dude, the rotations are like a million years.
Yeah. I mean, as a Source player, I enjoyed Season and Source, but like it definitely didn't really hit the ground in CSGO very well, for sure.
I think there's space though I think there's room for stuff like this in like casual modes, you know, to experiment with stuff at the very least. I think they're kind of leaning towards that with how community maps are engaged in modes where you've got missions to do on them and so on. There are more palatable ways to like experiment with stuff without disrupting the apple cart of the professional circuit maps, if you will. So we'll see. It would be it's kind of weird, like, you know, I feel like, I don't know if nostalgia is the right word, but our core maps like Dust 2 and so on keep coming back for a reason. So those other maps like the ones you just mentioned, it would be nice if some of them made their way into the game eventually, unless it's like a legal or ownership reason that it's not. And then if that's the case, then that's the case, I suppose. What you're gonna do?
Yeah, indeed. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm hearing that we might be going into game soon. I'm hearing.
That's good. That's good news. Yeah, apparently Ben Leet's still dealing with a computer thing, but trying to make sure it's like a more permanent fix, as opposed to just having disconnects. So apparently a forced start will happen soon, though, is what I'm hearing.
You know, I think in terms of codes, we could go from horseburger to horsepower, because essentially,
Jesus,
it's kind of the horsepower of the vehicle, isn't it? The processor. Am I right?
There's no one wants to give anything to you here, James. All right,
here we
so
go.
really jumping into the game, it looks like we have a forced start, I think, due to time considerations, which I think is more than reasonable given the length of this finals. So we're kicking things off. Hopefully Ben Lee's able to get things sorted and get back onto the server. But the amount of time that we can wait has elapsed, and we're going into the match.
Well then, this is going to be an interesting one. How do you play this? Hopefully he comes back. If it's reconnects, it's reconnects. But let's hope he solves his issues, because I want to see a full fight here. But they will start with 4. It's a promising start. What if they win the first round? That would be great. What if they win the first round of 4 and then he reconnects? That would be something. Darty waiting for these teams to make their way through. Oh, so hard to just put your crosshair in the right place with that level of movement in a game like CS. Definitely not Quake. 3 on 4 then, Dan.
Yes.
Bomb has been planted.
Yeah, definitely not impossible here on the CT side with 3. Flash at the ready from B Wells, and looking to get a good timing here on this one. There we go. Underhand over the top. And the entry attempt. Nice from Slight. Quick 2, but that's all that's available for Slight before going down. So that will be, of course, getting info on that pistol. And just to remind you guys, Ben Lee can come back at any point into the game. It's just that he's having these PC issues and he's trying to fix them. And so we will expect to see him hopefully rejoin at some point.
Yeah, Slight's going to have a lot of work to do with the AWP if it continues in this fashion. I love this map, honestly. I love this map. It's so different to the other maps we've seen. One of the more successful introductions that we've seen in CS.
Overpass, yeah, it's done really well. Absolute classic map. And again, it's really cool because it does offer us a lot of unique gameplay dynamics and options for the CT side especially, I feel. Getting info on their anti-eco, I should say. Just playing it out very, very comfortably.
I wonder if they get a short-handed bonus with 4 players.
Oh, that's a good question. Yeah.
I mean, Darty kind of wants to buy time here. I guess that's the strat. Just find somewhere to hide. So the round takes as long as possible to try and expand the amount of time that Ben Elite has to get back into the game.
Give me the slow-mo. All right. I'm jamming out. Dude, I want to hit the non-muffled version of this. I want to get into club.
I believe that German techno guy is behind those doors. You know the one. Big German techno guy. Nice.
Dude, he's just trying to have a party. What is this? Trying to have a dance party. Come on.
From behind this wall, just around the corner from these stairs, there's a running jump throw smoke that you can do for the balcony above B, which I haven't quite mastered yet in this new version of Overpass. I think if you use the older lineup, it hits the part of the right. No, it hits the bottom of the bridge. I think the underside of the A bomb site. It is an important lineup to have, though. So if you are making those fast plays into B, you can take out any sniper position, rotating or otherwise. So there are little changes like this on Overpass, but it is mostly an aesthetic upgrade, I would say, versus old Overpass. I don't know if that's the kind of thing that Dust would want for like Mirage or something more substantial.
Well, the tech is because apparently Benny's reconnecting, so I feel like Getting Info must be getting quite irritated with this. That's a guess, just a guess, James. It's a guess.
Are you irritated, Dan?
It's impossible for me to ever be irritated. It's never happened.
Wow. What a lad.
I've definitely irritated you.
Yeah, that's true.
Just today. So.
Accepted and completed by James, of course. I just loved like when the pause came in. I just heard like tick 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 of like all of the like messages that were being sent, and I can only imagine what the players are saying. What would you be typing at a time like this, Dust?
How about you fix your computer, Ben?
You'd be typing waiting. Hamburger 369.
Yeah, that too. Actually, you know, I'm trying to guess the next code. Actually, okay. So far, I've gotten pizza and steak correct. Those wound up being codes. So I'm trying to count another one.
Production added a lot of codes.
Hold on, let me think.
There must be a poke bowl in there.
No, it's got to be something simple. You know, I'm surprised like wings haven't been picked, like chicken wings or something.
Shrimp and grits.
Oh, that's not bad.
Why do you guys put bacon on Brussels sprouts, man? That's one thing I never understand. I'm like, oh, let me just go and get like a healthy meal.
Here's why, James,
in America.
Because James, here's why. Okay, there's two different kinds. There's three different kinds of people. There's people who don't like bacon who are wrong. So that's one classification. Unless they have like you know legitimate reasons like cultural things or religion, whatever. Okay, we'll put that aside. But okay, then you have people who like bacon, right? But then there's the people who are more advanced life forms who have come to understand that bacon is not just a food item. It can also be a condiment. It could be, a supplemental tool, a seasoning. Yeah, like bacon jam or something like that, for example. Or
you need to stop.
Or using bacon fat to do different things. Like you can use bacon as a flavoring accessory to a main course already. So how is bacon not a code, by the way? Bacon surely has to be a code, Dan.
When I was in Atlanta, right?
We don't have bacon, but we do have ratatouille.
What?
Ratatouille.
No one's spelling that.
951.
No one's spelling that. Let's nix that one. It ain't no one spelled that correct the first
We
try.
got paella as well. 568.
What?
These are legit codes. Just throwing them in there. We got chicken
No one knows how to
nugget.
spell paella either.
People can write
Chicken
papaya.
nugget. 869. All right,
I'm glad we did that tech
three
pause
codes.
just for Ben not to join the server in the end. Like, what a ride that
Yeah,
was.
I
know.
feel like it was a fraudulent one. He's definitely coming, guys. Just buying time. What have they got to lose? I don't blame them. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but you know, maybe I would do that if I was in their shoes. It's an unfortunate situation.
It is.
I like your cynical worldview.
Mm.
We'll talk about this bacon issue later, but we'll see.
It's not an issue, James. The only issue is you're not understanding.
Now, I mean, they've
Go on.
kind of got to just full rotate here. Oh, it's brutal. Being pulled from pillar to post, but getting info can kind of do whatever they want. You've got to stick together here, surely. Like, can you really afford to just put one man on a bomb site? I mean, I guess you can if he's got an AWP on overpass. So many targets for B-Wills, not enough bullets. Ooh, see, there's a mouse one and he jumped. This is why spacebar is master race. B-Wills and Slights. Hope that a fifth teammate will join him soon.
I have both spacebar and mouse wheel down bounds, both to jump in this game.
I just don't ever want to experience that era where you're, you know, depending on your mouse, like you're almost between clicks of your wheel, and somehow you click mouse one and your wheel jumps at the same time. It's fascinating how that is even a thing.
That's called a skill issue, James.
I can't remember which like mice have those issues, but those you can actually solve those issues. I know someone that actually mods that issue out of mice for pro players. And a lot of the modern mice just don't have that issue now.
Oh, is it the I forgot his name, brown guy?
Say more.
Is he British?
No, not the guy that I'm talking about.
British, Asian heritage.
No, he's not. He's from the States.
Was he? I
from the
swear, but
Midwest
do you know
or
who I'm talking
somewhere.
about though? I'm thinking he was the Quake guy or something. I'm sure you introduced me to him.
Is it Piranha?
Or is this just not ringing a bell?
No, Piranha's
say
also
Piranha?
American, isn't he?
No,
Is he-
Piranha's not.
is he-
Piranha's in Europe.
Oh,
For
is he-
sure, 100%.
I don't know any piranhas.
He's
Piranha mod. Yeah, he used to like 3D print different
Yeah.
mice.
Yeah,
He's
Piranha, I
definitely
know.
European.
No, it wasn't the piranha. I don't think he was a fish type.
Yeah, I got no idea who you're talking about.
Fair enough.
that was a dead end, wasn't it? That was
Yeah.
this is the end of the line. Well, okay, Bentley. So apparently, getting if it were actually the ones that they did an extra tech pause to actually to help Boss give some extra time to get Bentley back in the server. Because I'm sure that for them it can't feel good to. Be
I mean,
at
he
an
was
advantage
here.
in
Where
this
did
way.
he go? Did he press the wrong button? You know, the issue he had before was tolerable, but now the issue seems greater. Sometimes it'd be like that. Damn it. So I was really excited for my favorite map to see what these guys had to offer, but it is très difficile in this situation. Slice and
Yeah.
Darty are all that remain. We could see some nice action here, but that scope may cause him a problem if this... Oh no, he's repositioned now. Oh, this is so brutal though. So many man on road, he can't miss a shot! Shane so quickly. Darty down to the 1v1. Collecting the first round for Boss. Well done. They did not have a lot in that round.
No, and it was all made possible by Slight just holding it down with the AWP. Really good stuff there. And man, I mean, it's tough too because being on the CT side when you're down 4 players is so rough because that's the side where, you know, you can't dictate where the T's go. So they're going to be able to go anywhere with man advantage. That's really, really tough. So still able to get around. Pretty impressive. We'll see if they can string anything else together. They're at such a risk of their economy getting reset, though. That's the scary thing. The money not going quite deep enough there.
Low measured game from getting info. They're not taking anything for granted here in this 5-on-4, which is good to see. A focused effort. Nice pre-fire from Marquis. Now, there's sound cues. He can hear B-Wills fall back, and his teammates can just take advantage of that with the read they have, or try to. But Slight is here to raise the efforts as B-Wills will look to defend the B bomb site. Great pre-fire onto Marquis. Domes in before he has an idea of what's going on, and also staying alive in this early, which is fantastic to see. Boss.
Doing what they can. Doing what they can. Really impressive.
Free fire.
Oh, nasty.
Nice.
So I don't know. This is a interesting situation. I mean, I don't know if we've ever casted a situation quite like this. But you know, you never know what you're going to get in North America.
We've done a lot of crazy things. I remember the... Oh, quite later. We'll see what can be done.
All right, there's the cleanup.
Nice work.
Relatively clean as well from Boss. Okay, 3-3.
Yeah, I think Overpass is the right map. I think Overpass is the right map for this, where, you know, obviously you're screwed with only 4 players, but if you can just keep picking the right door and get Slight working with that AWP with good support, then maybe they've got a puncher's chance. I mean, just you've got to take it one round at a time.
I feel like the CT side is so much harder with 4 players as well. Really do. At least on the T side, you can kind of dictate where you can go. And look at this, they've given up B completely. You know, sort of gamble stacking towards the A side of the map. I don't dislike that at all. Ooh, straight through the smoke into B Wills. Really nice hit.
He's got to find 2 though.
Get the assistance. No assistance. Misses the shot. 2 versus 3 now for Boss.
Some sound cues for Darty. What does Slight do with those? There is time for him to go in either direction.
Oh, is Ben back? Oh my goodness.
Who is this cheeky young thing?
How long will he stay back? He's connected and he's like, holy shit, you guys won 3 rounds?
Might as well disconnect. Didn't even have a bot, bro. What do we do now? Haha. I mean, that's the joke to make.
I mean, if Boss can win this round, that's going to be pretty sick. I think Slight has the angle onto Monster. Indeed, with the AWP. Connecting just 1 shot on the entry would be fantastic here for Slight. He is waiting for it. There's the creep. And straight into his crosshair they go. And there might be another opportunity here. Shots rattled off as Darty. He's trying to get in there, but Slight with another one through the smoke here. Looking for another to finish the deal. Drop it. Oh my goodness. How on earth did Marky see that one?
Brutal. That second last player had a lot of util as well, which didn't come into play there. Great effort by Slight, but now he's got a full team behind him. This is so unlucky. I don't know if... I'm not sure if he was seen through the smoke or maybe his gun flying was seen through the smoke, which gave the T the lineup to find that frag. Either way, very unfortunate. And Bentley will be present, but not...
Incorrect.
Just an observer?
He was present for the most important time, James. Freeze time. And now he's gone.
Oh well, off he goes again. Well, he's threatening to be here, and that's an improvement.
Oh, look at this. It's like looking for the angle. Oh, the timing was just slightly off there. Unfortunate for him. It's really
Slightly
hard.
off there, yeah?
There you go. And knowing that you have to deliver extra because you've got a player missing and not just like dead, but actually never, it's not, you know, his positions are just non-existent because he's not on the server. So having to overextend yourself like that, it just really invites you to make mistakes. Snav able to take down Fruit Cup, and now Darty's got to make good of this position.
I feel like Getting Info are committed to this spot. There's almost a crossfire here for the CTs. Oh, they are doing God's work on this B-bomb site. That's a nasty shot from Dia. Down to a 1v1, then Orb versus Orb. Slice is posted up already, but Dia's just too quick. He's at such a disadvantage that close to the points of engagement on that pillar, but still just delivers a huge headshot. That one was looking good for another tied score.
It really was. Dia coming in to finish the biz. Yo.
That's nuts.
Shot the guy's knuckles off. Yeah, that's crazy. Oh, Ben Lee, he's kind of here.
Kind of, almost, but not quite already.
He's accruing money. He's got $4,500.
There's the bottle smoke.
He's getting the bag and he's out.
Teaser streaming in. Maybe they're looking to just keep it simple now. Oh, a moment where he almost had Snav. And this might just be how to do it. Just rush. Like, why have they lost 3 of 8 rounds in this scenario? Maybe this is the way until Ben Lee can actually appear. He can materialize. He's still loading. He's at 68%. Exits maybe. Try and steal an AWP. Dark Water M4. I don't see many of those these days. One of the OG skins. There we go. Have a look at that. I think it stands up pretty well.
Indeed. Oh no, Fruit Cup. The cup spilleth over.
The chalice is broken. The fruit chalice. That would be cool. We should upgrade. Look at that. I like that.
The
that was
M4
my
or the
first stat
chalice?
track. I think that was my first stat track gun, the Dark Water M4.
Oh yeah, it's kind of a classic.
Yeah. Got to bring them back. I don't feel like it would be that expensive either. Although everything seems to be these days in CS. Okay, not going to go for the rush every round then. Darty will fall. I feel like Fruit Cup's got an exceedingly difficult job on this 4-man CT side. Getting info, looking to run over boss now.
Craziest storyline would be if Bentley actually comes back, you know, maybe when they're like a couple rounds away from losing, and then they win. That would be that would be the cinema. That would be the drama that we're all here for. That would somehow make it feel worth it, maybe.
Hide and seek again. I want to believe, Dan. I want to believe. You know, like in X-Files.
Do you believe in aliens?
Like Joe Rogan, I want to believe. No, I'm joking. I don't believe. Well, I will say that it wouldn't surprise me if there were other life forms in this large expanse of a universe. I don't believe that there are because I simply don't know. And I don't particularly care because, you know, for scientific reasons, they would never really be here. It doesn't work that way. So whatever. If there are some
What if they're already here,
somewhere,
James? What if they're under the ocean?
I like the ocean. I'd be happy for them to be there.
No, we haven't really explored the ocean. You know, we've explored like less of the ocean than anywhere else.
Yeah.
Don't know what's down there. Just saying.
I keep trying to have a look.
That's true. Yeah, you're giving it a go. With all that scuba. Nice. Opening there off the boost from B Wills. And, you know, maybe there's just a chance, a hope. Here, Fruit Cup dodging round banana. Oh, dear. Shane has run him down.
They need an AWP. If they are to have a chance, they've got to have an AWP, in my opinion.
This is the man to get one.
Oh, that is pinpoint stop from Slum.
There's his angles.
Yeah, I think you need those big punctures of an AWP to have like a hero's round on CT overpass. That's the only way they're gonna find rounds, I feel like. If only Bentley could drop at least. He's got 99.50 in the bank, but no one can get to it. And I think Boss might be force buying at this point, round after round. We'll see.
Dude, when Bentley comes back, he's back.
He's spotted him 4, boys. He's locked in.
He can drop stuff. He's back.
Let's go.
We are effing back.
How many rounds does he last? Over under at 2.5.
I don't know what that means.
See, oh my god, look at the confidence. It's like Bentley's back. I can take on the world.
All right, Slight needs to reposition quickly. He heard that second man coming up the stairs, darting up the stairs, if you will. Four and 3 for Boss. All right, hopefully we can see some normal. Oh no, he's sliding. He's sliding out of the round. Ben Leeds is sliding out of the DMs. That's unfortunate. This is very unfortunate indeed.
Do you want me to explain over and under to you, James? Would that be
yeah, go on then, because I have no idea what that means at all.
So anytime you set a number for anything, okay? So like number of rounds won, or I don't know, like number of goals scored in a game of, you know, football, whatever, right? You set a line, but you can't be a whole number because there could be, you could land on the number, right?
What's the line?
So like let's say how many rounds. It's the line between the over and under. They use it over and under the line. Yes, exactly. So if I were to say, how many rounds do you think Boss is going to win this map? And then
5.
I set the line at 6.5. That means you would have to pick over 6.5 rounds. You think they're going to get 7 or more rounds, or you'd have to pick under, thinking that they would get 6 or less rounds.
What if they get 6 rounds?
That's how it works. That's why you set the line at a 6.5. That way it's not possible to tie the line number.
Okay.
Because if I put the line at 6 and it would not work. Because then if they did win 6 rounds, it would be.
So when you say confusing. Over and under 6.5, I have to say over or under?
Correct. Because if you're saying over, you're thinking they're going to get more than 6.5 rounds, like 7 or 8 or whatever it is. And if you think they're going to get, yeah.
Under.
I'm glad I was able to teach you something today, James. I thought it would be Counter-Strike analysis related stuff, but apparently it's this. And that's okay.
Just looking for the betting sponsorship.
Nah.
Let's do it. Let's be millionaires together.
I'm down for that.
That's how it works.
Let's do a rug pull.
Let's start dumb guys.
Let's start a shitcoin. What do you guys think?
Dust coin.
Dust coin, yeah. Get on board.
We'll use your name for it.
Who could watch their investments turn to dust.
Flom, would you be willing to promote Dust coin for? Yeah, just let me know. We'll talk.
Nice. All right. Well,
Flom should
Benny's
sub.
back. What do we make of this?
What a crazy co-stream if Flom hopped in the server and joined as a sub.
I was thinking about that.
That would actually be incredible.
That
would be something.
A next level stream. There's still time to pick up the AWP on the CT side.
Unprecedented.
Right. Let's see how much life there is in this squad. As Boss move through. Safety in numbers.
That's a big punish as well. Dio a bit aggressive there, and they can reset into the 4v4. They pick up the M4. So this is a really doable round. We got a stack towards A too for getting info at this point. And I like this from Boss. Are they going back? Okay, no. So we had a lineup for the smokes. So they're going to commit into the A site still. So they're going into the stack here.
They've got some can openers to do something about this stack, but they are getting lit up. Bentley will be dropped. The information could be passed on to his team, but they've got to find these headshots and fast. Especially Slight with the AK. There he go for a bomb plant. He knows where Marky just was, falling back though to play with his teammate. The HE could be... Oh no, has not gone over the wall. No pole vaulting for you, buddy. Slice and Fruit Cup then. Slumper's a bit more vulnerable if that M4 comes into play. Nice pre-fire from Marky down to the pistol. Trades will be in Getting Info's favor as they move to 10.
Not bad though. A lot of damage, bomb planted. So that's going to certainly put Getting Info in a more vulnerable position. Yeah, they're on 10 rounds, but with Ben Leeds back, hopefully everything is more normal on the Boss side of things. And yeah, this is a great opportunity now that they've got for this in this following rounds to take momentum, into their own hands. Just have to see whether they can find that success. This has been such a weird and disruptive game, I think, for both teams. To be fair, that keeping your head in a fully focused mode can be challenging. But we'll see what they've got in this one. Bunch of Khalils, not as many AKs as I was hoping.
All right, time to refocus for Boss. See what they can do. Good timing for Getting Info. Not allowing that rotation, that ejection to happen. Disengagement attempts from Slight. They've got no flashes left, Boss. Just the dry peaks. And then there were 3. So this is quite an arid landscape for them. You can see Fruit Cup lurking by the toilets, but doesn't look like they're going to find much of anything in round 15.
Yeah, it's challenging. Trying to find picks both sides of the map now. For Boss, that's really the only hope. The Khalils too. It's so difficult. Edging forwards, CT's doing a good job here. Well, that's a nice pickup from Fruit Cup. So some success had. And look at this angle from Adia. It's very hard to account for. Another round for Getting Info. So pretty basic, easy stuff from them so far. Not looking really good for Boss, especially because they didn't get the bomb down. They didn't get any damage that round. That kind of window of opportunity for stealing momentum kind of fades away with this.
2 rounds away are Getting Info from securing this game of Overpass. An unfortunate start for the likes of Boss, who will throw bodies at the problem on the B-bomb site. Nice reel for Marky as the flashes will continue. He will desperately need a reload soon, but Shane will come to keep him alive. B-ball's quickly dealt with, and Getting Info moves to 12.
Well, this final has been very interesting so far. It's just map 2. At least Ben is back. I mean, it kind of feels like, he's back and back for, I don't want to jinx it. I'm just going to shut up right now. 12-4. We'll see if there's any comeback left in Boss here, or if Overpass is really just an open and shut book. situation and we move to Dust 2, which is, by the way, Dust 2 is, I think, perhaps the best map in this best of 5 matchup-wise for Boss. Like, that's going to be where their highest degree of comfort is. So, you know, the series could really open up if they pick that map up.
Wonderful stuff from Slump. Learn some lineups for those of you at home. Snav with the dry peak spots the bomb carrier and one more. See if his teammates can rotate in time. 4 on 3 for Boss as they look to secure to save bomb sites. There's not like a whole world of money for these CTs. They will have a buy in the hole. If Boss can hold on, then maybe there is some comeback to be made. Although Darcy finds himself in a 1 versus 2 now.
Yes, maybe confidence there.
Yeah, it might be hard for him to find the right angle with a plant like this. Oh, the timing is utterly brutal, and that's going to be that getting info with 13.
RIP. 13-4 is the final score here. I don't know what to make of this one. I feel like this is one of those things you just kind of, you know, if you feel that Men in Black thing that erases your memory for like last hour. I feel like it's. I guess that might work. I guess it's not as precise of an instrument, but hey, it could work. Because, you know, we had a 4v5 for most of the time here. You know, most of this game was Bentley trying to do whatever wizardry he was doing in the background to get his computer to work so he could join up into the server. And it was 3 rounds that were gained by Boss whilst he wasn't even here. And he only finished with 4. So, Dust, I don't know what to even say about this one.
Yeah, I don't know. It's really hard to pinpoint this one, but it just felt like Boss were missing something. This map, you know, it just felt like there's one thing that they really needed, and they just couldn't seem to come up with it. And it's hard to pinpoint exactly what that was, but it just seemed like I don't know, like they weren't firing on all cylinders. Like one of the cylinders was just not there. You know what I mean? That's my analysis.
Well,
you're welcome.
Let's enjoy the moments of Counter-Strike here in these highlights before we get into the posts. You know, I think ultimately it's a really tricky situation with the degree of technical difficulties that we've been experiencing, but you know, I feel like you made a great point, Dust, in that these two lineups are perhaps the 2 best unsigned rosters in North America. And I think that holds a degree of cultural significance in the region because, you know, when we talked to Semphis yesterday after they won their match, you know, he was saying how, you know, there is an issue that, you know, once teams do get orgs that can salary players and you know, there's any degree of seriousness involved, those orgs then send everybody to Europe. So you kind of lose that team to scrim against, you lose that team to be a part of the NA circuit, that other teams in the NA circuit can kind of, iron sharpens iron, you know, if you know that saying, you know, suddenly there's no iron to be sharpened against if you're in the NA region. So it's something that is important, you know, that we have these 2 teams here, and so it's been great to see getting info and sort of the talent that they have on display, because it clearly is a team that has a lot of potential to do damage, and the more experience they get, the better they're gonna get.
Yeah, it's definitely a weird one because, like, I think on the negative way you could look at it is it's like, well, what are these guys really playing for? Because, like, what org is going to be interested in picking up one of these teams going forward? I mean, when you already have bigger organizations leaving the scene because they feel like it doesn't make economic sense, like, what org would feel like there is something to be done here? But then the positive sign that you could look at is this is at least an opportunity for individuals to showcase what they're capable of. And maybe they do become like the next guy who can get an opportunity on either, you know, like an M80 one day or an Energy one day or whatever the case may be, or an international team or what have you, right? Even now you're seeing Brazilian teams being willing to take in, you know, people from different regions and move away from being Brazilian rosters, obviously with Fury, and then the rumors about Made in Brazil. Or maybe that's actually confirmed already with Clem coming in for Made in Brazil, I believe. So, yeah, it's interesting times, but tournaments like this are huge for the NA scene for that region, though. You know, it does give them something, you know, at least some guaranteed prize money to chase after or something like that. So this is a cool opportunity. But unfortunately, like you said, it's just one of those things where one of the teams couldn't show up today in full force, and that's disappointing.
Yeah, it's definitely a very challenging situation, and hopefully it's not going to work out this way in the future, because I was just informed that it's going to be a forfeit from Boss, sadly, which means that Getting Info will win the tournament by a forfeit, which obviously no one wants that scenario. Boss don't want that scenario. Getting Info don't want that scenario, but it seems like it must just be the case that due to the technical difficulties, Boss were not able to field their full roster, and they were not able to find a substitute that that they wanted to call upon to finish out the games and give it a shot against Getting Info. So very sad here for the Invitational, but the prize money is going to go to Getting Info, who fought hard to get to this position and fought hard in this match as well, and obviously were one map up, leading into overpass before the shenanigans really started with those technical issues on Ben Lee's side. So very sad indeed. But I'm at least happy that we got to watch some NA Counter-Strike, even though we did get a scenario like this.
Yeah, I mean, I guess like one of the positive things to take from this is like, while this match obviously didn't go the way that we wanted as far as being able to see it all the way through, at least Getting Info, like if you combine what they did yesterday, what they did in the first map, and what they've really kind of been doing these last couple of months, where they're actually starting to beat some of the sponsored teams in some of these online competitions, like they're beating Energy at times, they're beating Wildcard at times, they are showing that that they actually do truly have some potential, and like with some Fragadelphias around the corner that they can attend on LAN, maybe they can start trying to get to the VRS picture a little bit more. Like maybe there is something brewing there finally. We're always looking to the next thing, like who's the next team we can look out for, who are some individual players that we can keep an eye on going forward for a scene that is really in need of some sparks, and Getting Info has kind of started to separate themselves a little bit from some of the other unsponsored squads kind of competing in ECL and some of these different online cups for the pro teams in North America, and that is cool just to see them now be able to have, like, they've had some top 4 finishes at some other online tournaments recently, so some deep runs but not quite a victory, and again, while this victory probably won't feel as sweet as they were hoping for, they still did everything that they could, right? They've done nothing wrong. They've shown up and done their job, and a big victory for them, and $10,000 goes to them.
Indeed, and I'm going to ask you a question, James, but first I want to give people, because we're going to have to end the broadcast now. We've got no more Counter-Strike to play, so I just want to give those of you that maybe didn't get any of those secret codes a chance to maybe get in a couple right at the end, because the giveaway will, of course, come to its conclusion when the broadcast finishes, which is a short time away. So Sourdough Bread 516, you go to the pinned chat comment on the channel, you can enter that code to have a chance to win the Intel Core Ultra 9 processor 285K. And so make sure to get that secret code in there. And this is to celebrate the Intel Gamer Days, and obviously Intel, amazing partners supporting this event. This event was presented by ASUS and Intel, so these guys have been amazing. If you guys didn't see the show match, well, you definitely missed out on a lot, but we'll be doing it all again next weekend. I'll give you another code. This one's for you, James. Quiche123. So Quiche is spelled Q-U-I-C-H-E.
You guys are just not wanting them to spell anything in this chat properly.
I didn't make the codes. There's a Dutch guy in our production.
We had paella,
he's to blame.
Quiche, and what was the other one?
Don't forget ratatouille.
Ratatouille, but no bacon. There was no bacon, but all those other things. Unbelievable.
I said pie. Pie is 3 letters.
Yeah, pie. I'm surprised that one didn't come in either.
Pie.
Cake.
It's very easy. Everyone can type pie.
That's true. It's true.
That's wild.
Well, there you go. And so, James, give me your quick highlights of the weekends here. Have we covered these as we've come to the conclusion of the NA weekend?
It's always good to see the mad fraggers of NA, and I'm happy to see that is still the case. I think that what's great for me personally is that this puts players and teams on my radar, which I might not have otherwise been exposed to. And I think the final we had with these 2 squads and how strong and how well matched they are for each other will definitely have me interested in what they do in the future, and I'll definitely be looking out for that. But it's always, I think you and I have a long history of, covering various regions and looking at the up and comers and who are tomorrow's stars and champions. And I think that's always been one of the most enjoyable parts of Counter-Strike for me, and I'm happy to be back on track with that, looking at what these teams and what these players are capable of as well.
Yeah, it's the best thing about getting to see this level of play. I totally agree. It's so fun to see a peek into the future generations potentially of what we could come to expect at the top level in Counter-Strike. Speaking of which, this isn't the only version of this tournament. This is one CS Night Shift Invitational presented by ASUS and Intel. And next weekend, we will be doing Europe. We'll be visiting Europe. And that's going to be fun too. It's going to be exactly the same type of format. We've got 4 invited teams. We'll have that really super fun show match, TF2 inside Counter-Strike on the Sunday as well. Best of 5 for the finals. So all the same in that respect. Here will be the teams. So super competitive teams for the European region. I think TNL are ranked 20 or 21 on the VRS right now. Paravision and Colsey also in the 20s. So, very competitive in terms of the level of Counter-Strike there. So that's going to be a lot of fun. What do you guys think of this?
Crazy to see the ESC IC box logo in Counter-Strike again. That is a throwback right there. But yeah, certainly people will recognize several of the players that play on Paravision. They're Eastern European players who have been around the scene for a very long time. Obviously, some of the Polish players there on the word I cannot pronounce. It looks like Kolsi, but that's definitely not how it's said, I'm sure. But some players will be recognized from that one as well. So yeah, definitely, some of the teams that you kind of see floating around the European online scene. So it should be a good time.
I love Jame teams. I love Jame style teams. I love Jame. I love watching Jame. I know some people
are the worst kind of human.
I know some people find his style boring, but actually, there is no team I enjoyed watching more in recent years on Overpass than Jame teams, because
you're a Virtus Pro fan, aren't you? Like even the one right now.
100%. Because the way they like just understand.
Waste our time. Yeah.
The way they understand the climate of a map in the late rounds, especially on Overpass, is just fascinating.
You mean when they run out of time to plant the bomb? Yeah,
I can't get enough of it. Bring me all of that.
I love not being able to plant the bomb in time. It's really a lot of fun. Yeah, you're right.
I love it. I love the opposite viewpoints here. I am gonna stay out of it, and I will let all you guys know as well. In addition to doing the Counter-Strike next weekend, if you like the night shift vibe, our sort of marquee broadcast that we do every week is a Deadlock show. It's the biggest show in Deadlock with the best teams from both the North American and the European region. And it's an awesome and fun time every single Wednesday, which is when you can catch us. We go live at 3 p.m. Central Time, which is like 9 p.m. GMT, 10 p.m. CET. So I don't know, how that works out.
I can find out on the internet.
Yeah, you know what? You convert it
to the internet.
Yeah, I should definitely not try to convert time zones on live broadcast.
No,
but
Dan, you should.
If you like Deadlock, check us out.
There's two things you never do live, Dan. That's math.
Make an overlay for it.
And time zones. You don't.
Yeah.
Those are the two things you don't do.
Yeah, Solomon Grundy can make an overlay for it.
Yeah, I don't know. We probably don't have any overlays for it. I probably just made this all look very unprofessional, but I promise it looks super cool and slick and sounds like this. It sounds like this. We use the same music. So if you like this music, is the place you can find it. So thank you all for watching and supporting North American Counter-Strike and supporting Counter-Strike in general. And thank you, of course, to ASUS and Intel for supporting this show. Thank you to James. Thank you to Dust. We are done for this evening. We will see you for Europe next weekend.